Alright, welcome back guys to another AC Unity stream. Today we'll continue with the second part of our historical order playthrough. And yeah, continue where we left off last time after we finished AC3. I made a start on this game. We're still pretty early on in the game, as you can tell by his attire. Still having the citizen clothing. But yeah, we're very soon to be joining the assassins, so it's gonna be the next major quest we will be doing.
Hey! What are you afraid of? I've only ever killed a few hundred pillocks! Yeah, pillock! Bloody counter-revolutionary!
Alright, I don't have lockpick skills, so I can't open these yet. I wonder how Unity performs with borderless versus full screen, also with OBS. I think generally speaking it's probably better to go full screen. Yeah, let's stick to that. Just gonna collect like a couple, chests and cookades. Doesn't hurt for like the start. Get a bit of a money head start.
Was it this time?
Oh merde! Garde! Hâtez-vous! Oh non!
Man, I just so get tired of this parkour system, like ever. It's way too satisfying. Eva Kumar, welcome in. Nice, we have a viewpoint here. Definitely gonna grab that one. Right, so currently we're still in the year of 1789. If we look at the timetable, then we're currently actually on the 25th of 5th of July. And yeah, that's where the next main story is taking place. And between this main story and the next one, Graduation, we're gonna have actually quite a few side quests, even like more difficult ones. So yeah, we're gonna spend a bit more time kind of like building up the character and getting better equipment for sure. Now that Arno's out of prison, it's time to track down Belek and get some answers from the old man.
I suppose a simple address would be too mundane.
C'est faux. La révolution sera le triomphe du peuple. Elle assurera le bien-être du plus grand nombre.
Tu te trompes, citoyenne. Je connais un peu les abus du pouvoir et les drames que j'ai découvrés n'ont rien à faire.
Man, how beautiful is this game though. I love how the lighting is really representative of like different colors.
Italian must play into it somehow.
Like, you know, the color of a glass window. It's kind of like represented in the lighting. Just beautiful. Love the ceiling as well. yeah, there's the symbol that we found on the medal when we activated Eagle Vision. So that's the giveaway, we have to go up here.
What's the light supposed to illuminate?
Kinda gives you those tomb vibes, right? From the old school AC games. Being in a church and having those kind of like mechanics and stuff.
Took you long enough, pisspot.
What is this place?
The sanctuary. A place we can train and prepare, away from the eyes of our enemies.
Didn't we just escape from a dungeon?
It's not a dungeon. It's a nerve center. In these tunnels, we can get anywhere in the city, all without being seen. We have eyes everywhere.
Really? Seems visibility would be a problem. Wouldn't you prefer something with a view?
This place has served us well for 600 years, pisspot.
Mm-hmm. And how long were you standing in the dark waiting for me?
Not long. Guillaume spotted you from the bell tower.
Well, it was quite the entrance.
Are you mocking me?
No, no. God's truth, very theatrical.
Shut up. We're here.
The candidate will approach.
Ava Brazen Show, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
So, the son of Charles Dorion returns to us. Belek thought you wouldn't come. What changed your mind?
I'm tired of running from my failures. Monsieur de la Serre, my father. I want to make it right.
The death of Grandmaster de la Serre weighs on you. Why? Did you wield the blade yourself?
Does it matter? The blame still lies with me.
إن ذنوبه تكل كيلاي. هل أنت متأكد من؟
أنا كذلك. إنه قادر على مواجهة المحاكمة. سيكون جيدا.
Very well. Out of the dark you come into the light. From the light you will return to the dark. Are you prepared to travel the Eagle's path?
If that's a fancy way of asking, do I want your help? Yes.
Then drink.
And yeah, they're gone. The only path we can go to is down here. Unless you can actually go back. I never tried that. What happens if you do? Resident Show, thank you very much. Huge AC fan yourself. Had to check out the stream. Oh, hell yeah. I'm a big AC fan as well. Love the series since the very first game came out. And still play for them on a regular basis. Like every year I do an entire series playthrough. So yeah, we're currently up to Unity. Doing kind of like an historical order playthrough where I try to play all the missions in kind of like order of how the French Revolution happened. So yeah, that's gonna be quite interesting, I think. Okay, so if you go back here, then the camera kind of like sent us towards the tunnel. Interesting. But yeah, let's go in the tunnel wall. It's time to die, to be reborn as an assassin.
What's happening? Hello?
Yeah, we have Natos, Puerilis, Juventus, Adultus, and Mortis. That's where we are now. I really love how the sequence is done. All of the paintings picturing something that happened in his life. Like the death of his father and stepfather.
Courage, my boy. You wait just here. I will return when this hand reaches the top.
Father!
Where is that boy? I'm certain I told him 6 o'clock. We should be well away.
Father, it's me! I'm here!
The letter that he didn't, you know, deliver Monsieur de la Serre in time. It would have warned him of betrayal against him.
If you could pluck your head from your own arse, come find us. You'd make a fine fit.
Mon Dieu, he's killed Lord de la Serre. You must receive it today. It's very
important. I heard you the first time.
Naturally, I am blessed to have such a loyal messenger.
And enough to repay my father's kindness.
You can really tell, you know, all of that guilt that lies in Arno. Everything that's happened, everything that Elise told him. Yeah, now we see that the paintings actually have changed. Mortis is now the moment that, you know, Arno went into the church to join the assassins. Ventus is him drinking from the cup. Artis is him seeing his father dead, I think. Is that it? His stepfather? Okay, so this one is like inside this memory, I believe. You also got one on this side, right? Adultus when he's, you know, talking to the mentor of the Brotherhood. Hey there, Shaib. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
These are the words spoken by our ancestors, the words that lay at the heart of our creed.
Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent.
Hide in plain sight.
Never compromise the Brotherhood.
Let these tenets be branded upon your mind. Follow them and be uplifted. Break them at your peril. Rise, assassin. Arno Dorian is dead. He has been culled from this world, his sins and failures turned to dust. Tonight he is reborn, a novice of the Assassin Brotherhood.
And such an epic mission. I love it. You know, all the symbolism as well behind the different kind of like levels within it, the paintings. You know, the whole like eternal conflict presented here in Arno's mind. You know, like all that guilt that is has befallen him. You know, it really showcases that he's also not out for revenge. He's out to have a redemption. It's more of a redemption story, really. Like trying to prevent what has happened, I guess, in the future, so it doesn't happen again. Hey there, Spectre. It's becoming an assassin off in a tall tower. Arno becoming an assassin, drug acid trip. It's kind of interesting. It kind of seems to be like a connection maybe to the initial assassins, I guess, who also kind of like drugged their recruits to kind of like make them think they're in heaven or something. That's something that AC1 even talks about. So I guess it's kind of like a reference to the original assassins. Which makes sense, I guess, because these guys are much more traditional than any other Brotherhood we've seen since AC1. But yeah, it's definitely funny, you know, that they drug him to make him, you know, become an assassin. But yeah, whatever they put in there, it seems to be helping, I guess.
Welcome back. Now that you've experienced life as an assassin, are you willing to pick up the fight and join us? Deacon, load the file.
Coming up.
We lifted a media file from Abstergo last month, and the information it contains is astounding. But we won't share these things with just anyone. By pressing play, you'll be joining the assassins. If you want to fight the Templar menace, if you're willing to save civilization from Abstergo's clutches, press play, sit back, and ready yourself for the truth.
Unity is the only AC that you've dropped? Oh, really? Why is that Spectre?
Good choice. Welcome to the Assassins, Initiate.
In the 1950s, it was theorized that human DNA worked via the triple helix model. Some years later, the work of Crick and Watson demolished this theory in favor of the double helix. Today, we know the double helix to be indisputably the basis of all life. So why did the triple helix theory gain so much traction? Why did Rosalind Franklin's X-rays seem to confirm it? It turns out that their initial samples had been taken from small traces of precursor DNA, the rare genes of an ancient race embedded in our own. We now know that triple helix DNA is the foundation of the precursor genome. It is the genetic Rosetta Stone of our age. If we can crack it open, if we can sequence the full precursor genome, there is no limit to the knowledge we will gain. Using Animus technology, precursor history will be open to us for the first time ever. Ancient languages will be unlocked, and ancient technology will be ours for the taking. Imagine what will be possible if we master the technology that underpins the pieces of Eden. Such discoveries would surpass 100-fold the splitting of the atom. Last year, we located a rich sample of precursor DNA in a donor whose genes contained human and precursor DNA at an incredible 25-to-1 ratio. Our work will begin with this sample. Our goal is to unravel the triple helix, sequence the precursor genome, and change the world for the better, forever. Welcome to the Phoenix Project. So, this is where we stand. Last year, Abstergo acquired the body of a man we call a Sage, one of a rare breed of humans with a surplus of ancient DNA. This sparked a search for more Sages, in the present and in the past. The more Abstergo finds, the closer they get to their final goal. We've blocked their recent attempts to find more, but Abstergo will not stop looking until they sequence a full precursor genome. So, why Arnaud Dorian? Why chase an assassin through the French Revolution? It turns out, at some point in his life, Arnaud came into contact with another Sage. We need you to find out when and where these meetings took place. If Arnaud was present for this Sage's death, it might lead Abstergo straight to his body. Naturally, we'd like to find it first. This is where you come in. It won't be simple. Genetic memory must be tackled in sequence to keep the data stable. But we're confident you're up to the task. And you won't be alone. Other initiates, assassins just like you, are doing their part to end this fight. If you need more training, more experience, you can call on them for help. All right.
Loading the next sequence. I've got something else for you. The more time you spend with Arnaud, the more data we'll have to increase your synchronization with him, and to activate his abilities. Here, have a look at this.
Alright. So, we're actually in the year 1791 now. However, there's actually missions that take place in between 1789 and 91. However, you can't really do them until you get to this point, so we're just gonna pretend we're still in the year 1789, and we just became an assassin. And the date they just gave us is basically the date of the next main mission. So, yeah, that works essentially. As long as we don't do the next main mission, we're still in order of like events and the history. Spectre, you didn't like the gameplay in Syndicate was more fun. Origins, you love that. Yeah, I do love Origins as well. And Syndicate is also a good game. But I actually prefer Unity over Syndicate. I know, I feel like the parkour is a lot better, since they kind of like remove some of the features in Syndicate. And it feels more fluid and built around kind of like the fantasy of playing an assassin. Whereas in Syndicate it felt more like, okay, yeah, you have your gang and stuff, but you're not really part of like a bigger brotherhood or something. And also like, I think Unity's Paris more than Syndicate's London, though London is also greatly designed. I think they're pretty much on par for me. But yeah, the parkour is kind of like a big thing why I enjoy this game better at times. In Egypt, ancient Egypt fanboy. Yeah, I love the setting of Origins so much. You know, being able to uncover all of these pyramids and the tombs inside them. Also, the land was so varied and beautifully designed. And I love Bayek's story, you know. It's very personal, I think, and yeah, just a voice actor for Bayek, he's fantastic. Right, so we can start getting some skills now. And hey Verrot, welcome in Sandy. Thank you for the raid, dude, and welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a great stream today. How was Red Dead Redemption 2? Yeah, it really was, Spectre. The deserts are just so damn beautiful in Origins. They did a great job designing those. And yeah, the Discovery Tour also. It's really well designed, and you can tell how much historical research they put into it. It's also kind of cool, you get a reward for doing all of the Discovery Tours as well in Origins. The white Senu skin. Hey Verrot, hey Battalion, good mornings. How's it going? But it was great, you're 95% on the checklist, up to the mission where Marston buys a pre-cut home. That's so funny, you know, the way he does it. And also the part where they actually build it. But yeah, the whole deal of like buying it is just, yeah. It's almost like a comedy at times. But that's great, dude. I'm glad you got to 95%. So almost done now with the 100% checklist. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going good. Just getting started with some Unity. We just did a mission where we got reborn as an assassin. So now we can do some, you know, side stuff in Paris and kind of like catch up on the events of 1789 and 1790. Before we go back to the main story. But yeah, very excited to be playing this game. And also doing it in this kind of like order. Hey there, Philip. Welcome in. That's the voice for shout out, Rod. More than happy to give you one. Yeah, it really is a great sequence. Can't wait to play, those games again and see it for a second time. Beloved Initiation sequence, one of those awesome series sequences in the series. Yeah, it's not every time you have like an acid trip happening within AC games. It is until Valhalla came, I guess. But yeah, now that we have joined the Assassins, we can actually get some skills. I feel like the double assassination would be very useful. It's also quite expensive. But I think I'm gonna go for it. Just kind of like a must-have ability. And it makes stealth actually a lot easier.
One last thing. While you've been busy, I had Deacon do some poking around in Arno's memories. Seems he was a busy guy. See that symbol? That's a co-op mission. I play a lot of games multiplayer. I don't know about you, but I thought you'd like to mix it up a little. These are missions Arno ran with his assassin buddies, so they'll give you an idea of what our organization's about. Just walk into the glitch and you'll get all the details. I've marked them on your map.
Alright, we already have some swords unlocked here. We could use those. Lion saber looks quite nice. It looks kind of funny. I think the saber of honor looks the most fitting right now. The sword wielded by honorable fighters. Sure thing. Let's take it. I'm gonna keep his default outfit for now because it looks quite nice. Kinda wish it was like a transmog system where you could, have it over time. The liberation of Paris has begun. Indeed. Yeah man, can't wait to explore the city yet again. Okay, yeah, so the next main story actually takes place in, let's see, January of 1791. And there is 6 side missions we have to do before that point. The next one would actually be 2 social club missions, actually 3. So what we have to do actually is unlock the social clubs, like this one, and see if that spawns any of the ones that we have to do. If not, then we have to look for other social clubs as well, until we find the ones we're looking for. Rodford would have been great because there's some other pieces that you're not fond of the design for, but have good stats. So you just have to change the overall outfit. Yeah, it would have been great. Especially given how much this game is about customization as well, you know. But yeah, it's not like you need to have the best stats all the time, but it definitely does help, for example, for challenges or something like that.
maintenant, tu ne seras pas... Qu'est-ce que le Pirita a pu sacrifier aujourd'hui seulement? Un nouveau client. Allez, fort bien. Tourne encore une. Le Pierretta. Il a son exemplaire. Déjà.
Hello, my friend.
Je prierai. Les gens sont fous.
Yeah, the detection time increase really helps, especially the one inside restricted areas.
L'œuvre fondatrice qui a bouleversé notre temps. Serait-ce une espèce de jeu?
Bienvenue dans mon échoppe.
Nice. Got the next rank. Advanced Recruit. Okay, let's get our first cafe renovated here. The Café de Eau de la Cité. Definitely is a catch 'em dude. So put them offline. I wanna be online because you have to also do some co-op missions eventually. Episode server is currently not reachable. That's a bummer. You love a guillotine song because it sounds so joyous. Yeah, that's the French Revolution in a nutshell, isn't it? Singing above a guillotine and being like upbeat. Okay, let's have a look. We're looking for social club missions. Let's see, let them eat hay, cat food on a hot tin roof, and breaking the habit. Like the Linkin Park song. Okay, so none of these two missions are part of it. However, what I can actually do is we can look for these in my timetable. And if they don't appear, then that means I can do them whenever we want to. Okay, so this one doesn't appear in the timetable, so this one can be played whenever. And the other one, Maras Missive, takes place in 1792, so that has to be done later. But this one we can do already, so let's do it, I guess. It's very helpful that I can just search with the, website tool within the timetable. But French Revolution parents, okay children, time to go see a beheading. Yeah, it's the afternoon entertainment program. Bridge begins. Assassinate the 4 captains exacting tolls at the bridges to the Eau de la Cité. Lob when the updates or tutorials stand right in front of the text you want to read. The band of thugs are extorting common citizens by charging a payment simply to cross a bridge. Eliminate the captains on each bridge. The council. Did this guy just fall down here? I think he did. Have you showed the fat guy Isaac? Not yet. Yeah, we haven't really gotten to the part yet where we can see it. I believe next time we go to the assassin headquarters, we should be able to see it. Hey there, Flackerbugger. This game was fun, you remember? Yeah, it's a great one. I still love coming back to it. I never really get tired of the parkour or anything like that either.
I'm sick of your kind. I'm afraid I don't.
You weren't a fan of Syndicate, said yourself. I mean, that's definitely fair. I feel both Unity and Syndicate feel quite different, despite being so similar in a lot of other regards. But yeah, what was it about Syndicate that you didn't enjoy too much?
Bonjour à vous. 2 caisses de cartouches. Voyons les gens. Bien conscience, vraiment. Nous interposons, ce sera. Même particulièrement hideux.
Pay the toll. You better pay.
The main story never engaged you and it was very buggy, you remember? Yeah, that's always interesting to me as well, since Unity has a reputation for being like the buggiest game in the franchise. But now that both games have been patched and finished, Syndicate is always the one having more game-breaking bugs to me than Unity. Like, I have much more crashes as well in Syndicate, most of the time. Dude, that vote over the wall here onto the beam was smooth as heck. I didn't even plan on that, but it just happened. But that's just another example of how nice the parkour can be in Unity. Something I have to remember that on some, parts like over here, for example, you can like vote over with this beam. Fun to play with 2 characters for, yeah, for sure. The glitch for some interesting cutscenes with Henry, his character model disappears, can be hilarious. That's true as well, yeah, it happened to me before as well.
Like a madman.
As an example of a train stash that gives you money every 20 minutes is completely bugged in Syndicate and it gives you a random number instead of max cash reward, if that makes sense. It's a game-breaking bug that ruins the player's economy. Interesting. I never really had too many issues with the passive income in Syndicate. Or like getting too much money. But that might also be because I do like a lot of the other activities. I don't just rely entirely on that, I guess. But yeah, that's definitely fair. Okay, let's get another viewpoint here. We're still looking for more social clubs. You love crowd events, never got tired of it. I think they're like a nice distraction sometimes from whatever you're running towards. It's not really your main objective, but it's nice as kind of like stuff you can do on the way to another kind of like bigger mission or something. I think somebody just got guillotined by the sound of a crowd here. For his Spectre. Hope it's something delicious. And yeah, enjoy the food, dude. Okay, we still haven't found another social club here. I think it might actually be over in this district that I'm looking for. Let's get the viewpoint over there. See if we can unlock a social club.
Cet homme passe sa vie sur les toits.
J'ai failli oublier que j'avais d'autres courses à faire. Pensons là.
Tuer quelqu'un?
Hey Vijay, welcome in. How's it going? Claiming the first 1 hour into the stream. Classic. These guys are at high level. I feel like combat in Unity felt new and fresh from the older games. It definitely felt quite different, you know, instead of like relying on counter kill all the time. You would really have to be a bit more, I mean, not really more tactical, but definitely you couldn't just take on hordes of enemies just waiting for a counter kill. You know, that wouldn't bring you far in Unity. And just get overwhelmed much quicker as well. But yeah, definitely like that they made it a bit more difficult, I guess, in a sense. And motivate you to play stealthy instead. Arno, are you alright?
I'll pay you nothing for your lies!
Okay, let's have a look in this district. There's a social club. Alright, let's go over there. See if that unlocks any of the social club missions we have to do. Are we leveling up our good stash in the home base? More money? Yeah, I haven't unlocked the home base yet. But yeah, we're gonna do that definitely soon. Right now I'm just focusing on missions that really take place in the year of 1789. And unlocking the home base actually doesn't happen until 1791. So, yeah. We will have to do that at a later point.
Another rabid rat.
Anyone counting how many people are not killed? Yeah, we'll definitely be in the thousands by the end of this playthrough, I think. Ah, nice. Connection to online has been restored. Oh yeah. Hey there, Bouquin. Welcome in. Okay, so Let Them Eat Hay is one of the missions for sure. This one takes place in July of 1789. Let's have a look at the others here. Okay, that's another one from 1789. Also taking place in July. And this one, I'm not sure about. We'll have to check that later. But yeah, these two definitely are part of the 1789 timeline. So let's do this one first. Let them eat hay. Break into the food hoarder's warehouse and open it to all. It is well known that attendant Fouillon is hoarding foodstuffs and selling them at exorbitant rates. We have been discovered one of his warehouses in Le Hall. Eliminate the hoarders, open the warehouse, and give the people access to the food.
Sorry, I have no food. None.
I just saw sacks of flour and grain.
That's been already claimed. Not for the public. Move along, please.
I can't quite reach him from there. I love this game, such quality animations and visuals. It really does have those, yeah. I love all the work they did on the animations and really like developing both the technological aspects but also the gameplay aspects further.
Je doute qu'il ait envie de voir qui que ce soit en ce moment.
Allez, par ici!
The fuck is happening here?
You'll pay for that!
Okay, so you have a bit of support from the rapids here.
Shut up, or you'll be eating dirt.
You who have so much can allow us a few carrots. Pity, we need food.
There you go. Take your food.
Please, I cannot feed my children. We know you have it. Only you give me a turnip.
Strange.
Not gone far now, can he?
There's nothing a well-placed steal.
What's going on?
Ah, quelque chose.
Watch here, my friend.
No patriot.
Right, that should do it. Said Ubisoft leave his art design into Unity was the best and last good proper AC game. That's definitely fair that you feel that way. It's definitely the last one that really focuses on being like part of the Assassin Brotherhood, I guess, and having like more classical approaches. That being said, like personally, I still love a lot of the newer AC games. But yeah, out of the newest ones, Unity, Origins, and Valhalla are definitely my favorites for. Syndicate, I guess, close behind, but it didn't quite hit the spot like narratively. You love Odyssey yourself, probably a favorite. That's fair. Odyssey is actually my least favorite out of the new AC games. But I can definitely also appreciate some aspects about it. Especially gameplay wise. I think there's a lot of good things about it. But it wasn't my favorite, like, narratively. Okay, I guess we go back to this Café Theatre, or not Café Theatre, Social Club Café. And then we can do the next mission here, the cat food on a hot tin roof. which also takes place in July of 1789. So let me try something real quick, because I'm noticing I'm dropping FPS both within the game but also within OBS right now. Let me see. Okay. How about that? Revelations has a soft spot for you because that was your first AC game. You love Constantinople. That's fair as well, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the first AC game for people who fell in love with a series is often the one they cherish the most. For me, AC2 was the first I properly played through, like all the way. So I definitely feel similar about AC2. Even though gameplay-wise it might not be objectively the best, the story still hits every time I play it. And yeah, I still love the gameplay, especially for its time and how it developed AC further, I guess.
Eh bien, c'était inattendu.
Yeah, I mean, if you loved Revelations, then you should definitely check out 2 and Brotherhood. Play the rest of the Ezio Saga because it's fantastic. Like his whole storyline. Then replaying Revelations after having played for 2 and Brotherhood will really also change your perception of that game, I think.
A word, brother?
Get food on a hot tin roof. Disrupt food hoarding smugglers on the rooftops of Paris. As a last desperate attempt to move foodstuffs to his warehouses, Feuillon is transporting crates of flour across rooftops of Paris near the Hotel de Ville. Intercept them and eliminate the workers. Holy shit. A chamfo. Do that in real life. Respect.
Get nothing from me.
Nice, we got to the rank Elite Trainee. It's like Arno's Batman hiding in the shadows, saving those people. Yeah, I mean, definitely similarities between, you know, those kind of characters and the ways they use to take out the enemies. Of course, Batman without the killing and, you know, stepping blades into the enemies.
Bashing's the only thing I got in mind.
Yeah, apart from that, I guess you can see some similarities.
Citizen, stop.
Citizen. I can't jump through him.
Get back here! I'll cave your skull in, I will!
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need a...
This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb
That's the lamb
sauce?
Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have
sauce is coming up.
Selling sheep at it again. Bastards turn off Saint-Pierre. I'll sacrifice you!
If those starving bastards down there only knew what we were doing, they'd string us up like sausages.
Are you wondering how I'm getting 1.2 on my combat points? Is this some kind of online stuff? Yeah, that's because if you're part of a brotherhood, you can either create one or you can join one. Then you can basically get objectives done. Like club objectives. For example, if the club has done 10 heist missions together, then you get a 10% crit point boost. And if you've done 20 co-op missions, you get another 10%. Next one to get even more percent is that you have to do 40 heist missions or 60 co-op missions. And then you also get another 10% for club competitions, but those are actually offline. They don't happen anymore. But yeah, I could get another, I guess, 20%. So bonus of 1.4 technically. But yeah, you need to play it with at least 2 co-op members. So if you have like a mate or something, that really helps. Damn, my club is already 1,832 days old. Couple years, you could say. Fuck, wasn't the bomb I would want to use. Okay, whatever. Jesus Christ. A bomb. Alert! Guard alert!
Cela dit, la faim commence à me donner d'or.
Combien m'en offrez-vous?
Nice. Servet finishes both the Let Them Eat Hay and Cat Food on a Hot Tin Roof missions. So now we have one more social club mission called Breaking the Habit before we can do some co-op and Paris stores. However, I'm gonna take a quick break of like 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not gonna go into the beer back screen or anything, I'm just gonna be right back in a few. One of rating missions actually does anything. Well, it did. Like Ubisoft did look at the stats of how missions have been rated, and then they changed the mission structure for future games they worked on. For example, the one in Black Flag led to the creation of Origins and how they did the missions there. Which is kind of like explaining why there's barely any tailing missions in Origins. Because they have been rated the worst in Black Flag. But yeah, it definitely has an influence, but it doesn't anymore. Like at this point, if you would rate it, I doubt they're even looking at those stats anymore. But yeah, back then when the game launched, it did have an influence. But yeah guys, I'll be right back in like 2 to 3.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
Je ferais mieux de l'oublier. Voyons donc ça. On dirait un... Je sais pas l'antivers.
Oh Seigneur, il faudrait que quelqu'un emmène
rien.
cette chose, ils sont tardés.
Quelle vision épouvante. J'espère avoir un pas à tourner. Ma parole. Sac à vin toi-même.
On va pas l'antivers. Ils sont toutes comme ça.
Depuis combien de semaines es-tu là?
Mieux de l'oublier.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
J'ai pas d'agouaille, moi.
On va pas l'antivers. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier. On va pas l'antivers. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Je sais pas ce qu'on dirait en fait.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
On va pas l'antivers. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier. L'antivers, elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Oh, eh bien, j'espère que vous libériez moins d'émanations délétères de votre vivant. Oh.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme.
L'antivers, elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Je sais pas.
L'antivers, elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Toi, tu n'as pas reçu la mienne. Oui, c'est ça, le chartier.
L'antivers, elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien.
Comme un
Tu ferais
gentilhomme.
mieux de l'oublier.
Je sens pire que je souffre, madame. J'ai pas d'agouaille, moi. Oh, mais quelle odeur! Encore pire que le brouillon de ma mère.
Elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Où est Jacques le charretier? Il faut vite te conduire à Villiers, toi.
On va pas l'antivers. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Tu ne peux rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
Eh ben, Je vais tenter de sentir plus mauvais que Paris.
Il va falloir t'y faire. Ils sont toutes comme ça.
Voilà une
rien.
lenteur qui frappe les muscles. Pas le mélange habituel de crottin, de sueur et de crasse.
Il va falloir t'y faire. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Rien de tel pour vous. Combien de semaines es-tu là? Heureusement que j'ai l'estomac bien accroché.
Comportez-vous comme un gentilhomme, au moins.
Il va falloir t'y faire. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Voyons donc ça. On dirait un... Je sais pas ce qu'on dirait.
Il va falloir t'y faire. Elles sont toutes comme ça. Rien. Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Douterais-tu de ma part? Vu qu'on t'enterre en plus vite.
Il va falloir t'y faire. Elles sont toutes comme ça.
La conduite, c'est moi.
Tu ferais mieux de l'oublier.
Je vais envoyer quelqu'un ramasser ce qu'il pourra.
Ma propre mère me l'a certifié. Elle ment aussi.
De qui tient-elle, cette vieille péronnelle?
Il va falloir t'y faire. Elles sont toutes comme ça.
Dire, jamais senti une grandeur pareille.
Alright, I'm back. And I also had to look where the next mission is taking place, or which cafe we have to unlock, I guess. So we're looking for the Café du Marais, which is where we are, essentially. Somewhere in this district, I reckon it has to be. So let's grab this viewpoint here and have a look if that unlocks the location.
Intéressant.
I'm not gonna let you push me around.
That's your
I
answer.
won't tell you anything.
Tell me now.
Right. Okay, we haven't unlocked the location yet for the cafe or sushi club. I mean, the arsenal is also part of Les Marais, right? As is the temple. So I'm just gonna get more viewpoints and see if those unlock any kind of like locations. Actually quite interesting. It's a lot different to how I would usually approach the game, because what I would usually be doing if I wasn't be going by you know, order of events, is really just focus on the districts where the main story is taking place. In this case, I would just focus on the Eau de la Cité, like the city center, and do all the missions there before going to another region and getting a viewpoint there or anything. But yeah, it's definitely nice that it makes me play, you know, a bit different. Hey Versailles, welcome in. It's going very good. Enjoying some more Unity. We still at the very start of the game, but yeah, we just joined the Brotherhood and We're doing some side stuff in order of like how things happened. So yeah, quite excited for that. How are you doing, Saga?
What was that?
Honor scum!
You're mine!
Where are you gonna run? On the streets?
What the fuck happened there? Just stumbled. Amazing. Alright, we gotta find a way to get further up here. Not from this side. Oh, there's the co-op mission. But yeah, we can't do this one yet. It's not part of our timeline. At this point.
Alerte! Appelez vite la garde! Quelqu'un a été tué!
Alert! Rod's moderate scum. So what happens if a complex scum? Yeah, that's the worst of a kind.
Good service!
You love me some Unity. You well, thanks. Just chilling today. Oh, very nice. That's great to hear, Saga. And yeah, Unity is fantastic. I'm really glad to be back with it. Definitely miss the parkour and, you know, the assassination animations and all that. Bloody conservative. I wonder if he would say that about someone just wanting to conserve water. Of that ambient music here. Yeah, definitely a shot. It's great that she, you know, used it again for Origins, of course. Okay, we still haven't unlocked the social club that's supposed to be in Marais. Let's get the viewpoint up here at Temple 1 and see if it might be in that location.
Hello. Could I have your ear for
Moneta.
I said I want all the money you've got. Pay!
Ah, bon sang, regardez-le faire. Mais... Arrêtez-le!
Pourquoi tu seras mettez-les en pièces! Tous!
Hey fellow Cinder, welcome in. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a good one so far. Oh nice, another Nostradamus Enigma. Oh yeah. Not gonna do them just yet, because I wanna wait until we unlock the Assassin home base. But once you do, we're gonna also do the Enigmas. Good old Enigma riddle, so... yeah, I really didn't like them too much when I first started Unity. But now I really love them. It definitely does help that I already have done them a few times before, so some things I remember. But I also love kind of the investigative nature of them and figuring out which building you have to go to, because I definitely don't remember most of them. Doing well today. I hope Unity has been treating you well. That's great to hear, Lucinda. I'm glad you're doing well. And yeah, it's been pretty good so far. We're still quite at the start of it. I'm currently going through the events of the year 1789 during the start of Revolution. But yeah, definitely doing good progress with like the side activities and stuff. Alright, there it is. I reckon that's the social club we're looking for. Let's get it.
Encore lui? Pas d'inquiétude.
So many icons. Yep. Yeah, fortunately there's filters. Like you can go, for instance, by missions. And also like zooming in often helps to have like a better orientation and kind of like, you know, make it not seem as overwhelming. Because, for example, this region right here is actually quite big, right? And there's only like a few mission symbols in there. So that definitely helps, not getting overwhelmed. But yeah, if you want to do completionists and collecting all of these treasures, I tell you, that takes some time. I've done it a few times already, like full completionist. And yeah, the amount of collectibles there are is just insane. Especially with chests. But often these chests are also like guarded and stuff, so it takes some extra time. But imagine if Arno fell into the haystack and tipped it over and off onto the lower ground. That'd be really funny if he did. You have to make like an animation at some point for that. You know the feeling too, dude? Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. But that's definitely still fun. Like, if you enjoy, you know, running around Paris and doing parkour and stuff, then I don't mind it. And I remember when I first started out doing completionists, kind of like finishing up all the rest of the chests that I had at the end of a playthrough, I guess. Doing a playthrough by myself. I kinda like felt it was a chore first, but then later on I just enjoyed it because I just treated each chest as kind of like a stealth opportunity. And I just ended up, you know, enjoying just simply running through the city. So by that point I didn't mind collecting chests too much. But yeah, if you just do it to finish the chests or collect the chests, then you probably won't have a good time. I would think. You certainly would have to enjoy the game. And the traversal and stuff. Another niche chest here. Oh yeah.
Citizen!
Citizen. Hey, Aura. Welcome in. Oh, nice. You got Connor's Master Assassin outfit. Oh, yeah. Café du Marais. Okay, so it should be where the next mission should be for this year. What is this room for?
Le bruit de l'air intonnant contre la capitale, aux Bastilles fatales. Tu vas dans quelques instants, rire, en plan, tire-lire en plan, céder aux bras triomphants de nos bras assiégeants. Marche à la Bastille, et partout l'ardeur brille.
This AC does have on the better love stories, you would say, with Arno Assassin and his dwarf, the Templar. Yeah, Arno and Elise. It was a good story, I felt. In general, they did a good job, kind of like, you know, having like grey layers of, between the Templars and the Assassins. You had on both sides people who were corrupted and people who were ethical, I guess. So I felt, definitely, well done. You can understand the words Captain Bastille. Indeed. Hey Vora. Yeah, it's going good. Definitely. Having a nice day so far, playing some more Unity. Currently still in the year 1789. And yeah, this would be the next mission. It's a bit more difficult. Difficulty 4, but I think we can do it still. Assassinate the thug captain who is terrorizing nuns at the Feu du Calvé nunnery. The neighborhood surrounding the Feu du Calvé nunnery is currently terrorized by thugs. Solve the problem by identifying the leader of these thugs and eliminating him. The council. Unity has so much detail in the city, it feels very alive. It really does. Yeah, they did a great job making the world feel lived in. And, you know, having like all the chaos on the streets with all of the crowds and stuff. All of the different events that are happening at the same time. Thousands of NPCs being run at the same time too. Definitely unique, what's time I thought. That jump. Must have hurt. telescope for.
Tant que vous restez à votre place, je pourrais l'envisager.
Madame de Montréal se prend les pieds dans les chaussures de son amant.
Okay, that's the target.
You're going nowhere, corpse!
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Okay, let's actually have a look at the database here just to see if there's any kind of like people database entries that we should be reading up on. Was like an update for Arno, wasn't there? Actually there weren't, for some reason. Did read up on all of these guys, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. Paris stories. Or like just that room you were in with the people singing, there isn't any reason to even include that story-wise, but it adds to a feel of the city. They should really wait for the night to use the telescope law. Imagine having almost no light pollution when trying to stargaze in the city though. Yeah, I guess they still were trying to figure it out, right? But yeah. I definitely like that they included the songs, because I feel like there's definitely a good reason to have them, since a lot of the songs were very popular during the time and often retelling events that happened during the French Revolution. Kind of like similar to the shanties, I guess, also in Black Flag, kind of like contemporary songs, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely nice they included them, because they definitely didn't have to, necessarily. I went out of a way to do it. And yeah, I like that they did. The Carmelite nuns. This confiscation of a clergy's properties, decreed by the National Assembly in November 1789, was opposed by many of those who belonged to religious orders, including the Carmelite nuns of Compiègne. In February 1790, with the dissolution of the monastic orders, French nuns were asked to return to their homes. However, they refused. Ousted in 1792, they found refuge at the homes of villagers. However, with the Reign of Terror in 1794, houses were searched to ensure that no nuns were being hidden. 16 Carmelite nuns were arrested in June of 1794 and held at the Conciergerie in Paris. During the ensuing trial, prosecutor Fouquier-Tinville affirmed that they were accused of having secret counter-revolutionary meetings and continuing to be loyal to their religious order and their authority. They were guillotined at the Place du Trône on July 17, 1794. On May 27, 1906, they were beatified by Pope Pius X. Joseph Feuillon-Dedoux. Considered clever but harsh, this staunchly conservative intendant of finances would be one of the first victims of a populace venting fury over lack of food and high taxes. Just before the fall of the Bastille, he had the misfortune of replacing Jacques Necker, who was lauded as the savior of France by the starving masses who knew only that under Necker taxes were lower. In the popular imagination, Feuillon, along with his son-in-law, Berthier de Sauvigny, bore some responsibility for the food shortages that plagued the nation of a period. By legend, he had said during an early famine, "If they are so hungry, they can graze on hay." Feuillon met an unpleasant end. Taken from his refuge in the countryside, he was marched barefoot to Paris, whipped with nettles, made to carry a bundle of hay, and given only peppered vinegar to drink. After several attempted hangings, he was beheaded and his head paraded in the streets on the end of a pike. Jesus Christ. I mean, if he says let them eat hay, I can, you know, understand why they did it. But, yeah, that's like horrible. Imagine only being given peppered vinegar and then, you know, they try to hang you several times without succeeding before you're getting beheaded. Like, Jesus Christ, what an end. Brutal times, to say the least. Yeah, exactly, Aura. Okay, let's go back to this cafe here. I wanna see if the other missions also take place in a specific year, or we can do them whenever, because in that case I'll probably do them now. Okay, let's see. Art for Dodger. Okay, this takes place in 1793. So we can do it later. And let's see, a dramatic exit. Okay, so this doesn't have a specific year it's set in, so we can do this already. Like you said, France knows how to reward with style. Yeah. Black Flag to you was a fantastic game for exploration, ship battle, and the pirate theme. But a dull game combat-wise and mission-wise. Every 2 mission was tailing someone, even on ship. Definitely had a lot of tailing missions, but I thought it also had a really good and varied missions as well. But yeah, I feel like the tailing missions are definitely what people remember most from Black Flag because there was an abundance of them. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the main story and the main missions. And yeah, combat-wise it was certainly not as good as AC3 I felt. Not quite as varied with the weapon starts as well. However, I still felt it fitted with Edward, I guess, mainly sticking to like swords. Like double swords. Like get a star, I guess, and he stick to it. Which I think is fair. But yeah, I feel like AC3, for example, had like more satisfying combat because there were like more different weapon types and stuff. Plus, the combat on the ship could be quite bugged sometimes. Which is where you did most of the combat usually, right? Anyways. But for example, I think the stealth is far, far better than AC3 or Rogue. Like Black Flag is definitely the best stealth game out of the Colonial Saga, I would say. But yeah, as you say, like the exploration is fantastic in Black Flag. The ship battle, they really perfected that with a naval feeling. And also having like, you know, seamless transition between land and naval was just fantastic. Alright, this game is so beautiful. The texture on Arno's jacket, the building exteriors, the room decor, just gorgeous. It really is, yeah. Like, if you would see that nowadays, you could think it's like a contemporary game still. So beautiful, it still holds up. Okay, so we have a dramatic exit. Assassinate an unscrupulous noble in a theatrical way. The unscrupulous Duc de Barouet uses his influence to have his rivals executed. He then takes possession of their properties. He's celebrating his success by hosting a theatrical performance at the Hotel de Sully. Disrupt the performance and make a dramatic example of a duke. Yeah, I think we need some smoke bombs here.
Si je vous ai causé le moindre tort. J'espère que tu vas.
I'm gonna let you push me.
That's the vendor.
Et bienvenue, monsieur.
Ma parole. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé?
Maintenant, on va...
Yeah, no worries. I definitely get it, Baka Baka. There's always things that I like or dislike with each and every AC game as well. Even the ones that I love the most. Okay, so he's going inside the building here. Fuck. He seems to go all the way up here. Let's actually wait where he's going. Once we reach its destination, we're gonna kill him, I guess.
Enjoy, my friends, enjoy. I invite you all to partake in this delicious bounty. First, there was my unfortunate neighbor Tabrege, executed for conspiracy. Then, Monsieur Blouche, just to the east, was found to harbor anti-revolutionary thoughts. Officially, their lands belong to the Revolutionary Committee. But I was somehow lucky enough to be named administrator.
Interesting. It's kinda cool there's even dialogue that he has.
Answer the bloody question.
Very nice. Alright. So yeah, that's all the social club missions we have to do during this year. The next thing we could do now is actually the co-op mission. Let's see. The Women's March, which takes place in October of 1789, or the 5th of October actually, to be precise. There's also one other para-story we could do as well, which is Headlining the Guillotine. Let's see, we can already see it. Ah, there it is. I think I might do this one before we do the co-op mission, because the co-op mission is gonna be extremely difficult. However, I might actually search for the co-op mission just to see if we even find people on the way there, because that could be another struggle. Finding people to play the mission with, because we definitely need all the help we can get, since it's gonna be the most difficult co-op mission essentially. But that takes place as the first co-op mission, so it's kind of funny, you know, how they made it the most difficult one, even though it's the earliest in the timeline. But yeah, let's see if we can find some help, I guess. What is my challenge I'm doing here? Doing them in specific years? Yeah, I'm doing them in historical order of events. So doing that, and also do all the missions as well as all the optional objectives. So going for 100% sync in missions. But apparently the Super Mario Bros. CG movie they've been working on for a while already has been delayed. Maybe they can also change the actor for Mario from Chris Pratt to someone better. I think don't know would have been a great choice. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, I'd like Chris Pratt as an actor, but I'm not sure if he would be a good choice for Mario either. Seems a bit of a miscast. You did all of those missions solo? You definitely can. And I could do that as well. I guess it just this early in the game where I have like barely any equipment, it might be a bit too bothersome. So yeah, I take the help that I can get, I guess. I'm actually surprised that I found a game already. But why is just doing his voice, then maybe it would be fine, but he never had thought he would be cast. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, who knows, maybe he does a tremendously good job. Against expectations. Ah, nice. Jack Black is doing Bosa. That's cool. I love Jack Black. Excellent actor, musician, and person in general. Okay, some of these people have a really slow computer. Probably playing on a potato or something. Maybe Bosa will crack out a song. In the 90s, there were a few animated Mario shows. One of them included altered renditions of these songs, which would happen during one of the scenes each episode. It's kinda funny. And would definitely, you know, fit with Jack Black. I'm sure he could come up with a fitting song. Two hours later. Okay, so Anya Taylor-Joy is playing Princess Peach. It's actually crazy to me how many credits Anya Taylor-Joy is getting recently. Like within the past couple of years. She seems to me like one of the busiest actresses right now. Gotta be honest, for me she's very hit or miss. There's definitely movies that I like her in. Like The Witch, or how it was called. there's also been like, for example, shows like The Queen's Gambit where I really didn't like her at all. So for me it really depends on the movie, I think, or the show, I guess. I thought she was great in The Witch. That's a fair point. You only saw one episode, I wasn't too fussed about it. Yeah. Yeah, I watched the entire first season and I know I didn't really understand what the fuss was about either, because it got praised so much, but I thought it was really mediocre. Somebody already left the mission. Oh. Maybe that was the
Paris is starving, and the price of bread just tripled. Working class women are about to change the course of the revolution.
Mind your business, sweetheart.
And you mind yours, citizen.
Heroine de Maricourt. She was the 18th century Joan of Arc. And she didn't take no for an answer.
That bounty could feed 100 starving poor. Or one nobleman.
Villainous whore! Find a brothel and make yourself useful!
While Maricourt was fighting to keep Paris fed, Antoinette and the royals were throwing parties.
Bring us more of this cake.
Let's tell the royals that our families must eat too.
For the Templars, this march isn't about bread, it's about royal blood. This bread march really ignites the revolution. Protect it and keep it peaceful.
That's true, Rod. It definitely was the same character model, I think. Okay, first things first. I wanna get some
Amazon alive. Powerful people
sync points here.
We must march to Versailles.
The more sync points I get earlier on, the better. Okay. Where's this one? Like it's supposed to be up here, but didn't spawn. Ah, never mind, it's down here. Whoops. Okay, that's one.
Citizen! Stop right there!
Citizen?
Heads up, initiates. Check the roof for snipers.
This guy's bugged out. Must march to Versailles. Fast travel like Arno can instead. Yeah, everybody should just do that, I think. Oh, there's a viewpoint. Let's grab this too. It's great we have so many high-level assassins here that will really help finish the mission. Yeah, we already found missions quite people quite early on, but it seems like one just loaded so long that we couldn't progress to the actual mission. But yeah, once the player left, we could actually start it. But yeah, it took us, I think, less than a minute to actually find the game. Only the loading process took much longer. Oh, there's another sync point here. Nice. I think we're gonna grab that as well.
times.
The way he flipped. Amazing. When I see fun games, you just want to go back and replay them. Yeah. I definitely feel the same way whenever I see like almost all of the AC games. Like see somebody else play them, I'm like immediately, okay, I have to play this again.
You have to take out the gatehouse captains, or this march will never make it out of Paris. One down, 2 to go, initiates.
Okay, there's a door we can't crack yet.
Just one.
Could take the lift over here though. These guys are really high level.
Nice one, initiates. The gatehouses are clear. Of course. The last line of defense. Fucking cannons. Get over the wall and spike the cannons before the crowd breaks through the gate.
Okay, fuck. Get over here. Love that music in this part of the mission here. It's so damn epic.
Shit!
One cannon down. That's 2.
Stop you! Yes, you!
Where's he running?
And that's the last cannon.
What the fuck?
March all the way to Versailles.
Damage all of a sudden. Nice, we did it. Hell yeah. Even got 5 sync points here total. And the master military something. Port. Oh yeah. Listener, wow, what is this? Other players just got back from unexpected lurk. Welcome back, listener. Yeah, there's like a co-op section in this game where you can play certain missions together with other players. and this one takes place in 1789, the Women's March on Versailles. So I had to play this quite early, even though it was like one of the most difficult co-op missions in the game. But yeah, we finished it. So definitely glad we got that done. But yeah, it really helped having other people with us here. Otherwise I probably would have died several times. Fun to see people actually still playing this. Yeah, like Unity is probably still the most active like multiplayer / co-op game in this series, I think. Or this much will never make it out of Paris, but good thing this is just a simulation and has no effect on past events. True. But yeah, it's still about synchronizing right to make sure that those events happen the way they happened. So desynchronization wouldn't be too nice. Yeah, the Women's March on Versailles was one of the inciting events of the French Revolution and effectively brought the king under the power of the state. Which I should note is exactly what Mirabeau wanted and part of the reason the assassins were there in the first place. On the 5th of October 1789, tired of wanting for food, and especially bread, more than 700 women from Le Hall, the biggest market in Paris, decided to act. They converged at the Paris City Hall, which they subsequently ransacked, taking 1,700 muskets and 4 cannons. Workers from the Saint-Marceau and Saint-Antoine districts would come and join them. The crowd then made for Versailles. When the crowd reached the marble courtyard of the Chateau of Versailles, the king appeared. The crowd drew silent, respectful of their monarch. Then the queen emerged. The angry mob hurled abuse at her before they began to shout, "To Paris!" The king and queen along with their children were forced to return to the capital, where they stayed at the Tuileries Palace. Anne Joseph Thévenin de Méricourt. She was born Anne Joseph Thévenin in Méricourt. An unsuccessful opera singer, she joined the revolutionary movement shortly after the storming of the Bastille. She was involved with the Women's March and was in the crowd when the king was forced to pin a revolutionary cockade on his head. Méricourt cut a unique figure in the crowd, with her preferred outfit featuring a riding habit, man's hat and pistols. In the early days of revolution, she regularly attended the National Assembly, watching from the galleries and following it when it moved from Versailles to Paris. Méricourt left Paris in 1790 and was arrested by the Austrians who would later release her. She returned to Paris in 1792, eagerly rejoining the revolutionary cause. Her imprisonment increased her notoriety and she was invited to speak at the Jacobin Club. She became an ardent supporter of Brissot and the Girondists, which led to her being attacked and beaten by a group of Jacobins in 1793. Marie Antoinette was by many accounts the most hated woman in the kingdom. Pretty, frivolous, mocking, she more than made up for her matrimonial boredom with parties and lavish spending. She is rushing towards the ruin predicted by her mother, Empress Maria Theresa. In fact, it was the War of America that would ruin France's finances, not her frivolity. To be fair, it would take quite some party to ruin France's finances all on its own. That would have to be a hell of a bathtub. Mind you, it is France. In the spring of 1789, she encouraged the king towards a faltering and contradictory policy, believing that only foreign interventions would be the salvation of the crown. In fact, it would be its loss. She refused the support of Lafayette and Mirabeau, pressed on with a plan for a royal escape, which resulted in the capture of the entire royal family at Varennes. On the 13th of August 1792, she was imprisoned in the tower of the temple with her family after the invasion of the Tuileries. On the 1st of August 1793, she entered the Conciergerie. She was tried by the Revolutionary Tribunal on October 14th, and on the 60th of October she was sentenced to death for high treason. The sentence was carried out later the same day. Oh nice, never social club. Let's actually go ahead and renovate this as well. The earlier we get them, the better, because they will unlock the missions as well that we will have to do at some point within the historical timeline. So another thing, once we have done missions right, like for example the co-op mission, Women's March in historical order, then I can go back at any point to play it again, even if it's like out of order. Because for example, in the co-op mission, there's like certain items, for instance, like the legendary Prowler Bracers, which I might want to be getting through this mission. So I want to allow myself to replay them, and also to get the remaining sync points as well. So yeah, once it's done in historical order, then I can go back at any time to replay it, I guess. So replays don't have to be done in order. Hey, I'm in the best suit. Welcome in. And with all of the social clubs, is a very wealthy assassino. Indeed, yeah. That's our fourth already. I think we're renovating here. Kind of annoying Unity doesn't have different save slots built in game. Yeah. It's kind of a shame they didn't do that, you know. That you have to go out of your way to delete the save file every single time. Oh damn, this costs 10k. Let's see if we can get some more money here. Ah, damn it, this is locked behind this door. Okay, how much money do I have at this point? Isn't like 1k roughly. That's right. Also, we have enough sync points to get some more abilities here, so let's take care of that. I mean, we can get the Apprentice Locksmith. That would be quite useful. To get the first level of doors and chests unlocked. This guys would also be really useful early on. I definitely want to get range weapons. Especially since it only costs 1. And then we're gonna get the Staggering Strike for combat as well. An unbalancing attack that stuns the enemy for a moment. In fight, hold A to perform. In that case, we can try to lockpick this, I guess, even though it's over our level, I believe. Yeah, level 2. But we can try. Never mind, I only had one lockpick. That's not enough. Oh, which level is this chess? Level 1. We could do this one.
Come here, you cowardly bastard! Now!
Just need like lockpicks back, I guess. still don't have any. First time you played AC3, your save file got corrupted from an update and you had to restart 50% into the game. I have it happening in Unity actually on my first time playing. I got up to sequence 10 or something, and then the cloud save system got auto-enabled with an update on Uplay. And then the cloud system saved over my locally saved file, deleting all my progress. I was really mad. You know, my first time playing the Unity, so short for the ending, having done all the progress and then losing all of that. Just really annoying. Alright, so I'm not gonna be doing this social club renovation for now. I'm gonna go to this next Paris story, which is the last one taking place in the year 1789. After this mission, we're officially heading into the year 1790 for only one mission. Actually, there's only one mission taking place in that year. At least that's, you know, having like a set date. Like that. I'm the we have a 2-hour meeting. We'll leave you on lurk and we'll probably take a break during. That's definitely fair and invested. I hope the meeting goes well. It isn't too annoying. And thank you very much for the lurk as well, and the best. I really appreciate it.
You aren't getting through here.
I didn't want to get through there. Hey, the laugh. Welcome in. There's a chest. What the fuck was that? Move. Did you see that? How did I even go up like that? I don't even know if I can recreate that. Yeah, I can't. That was interesting.
Il va se faire mal.
J'espère qu'il ne va pas voir ma femme.
go up here. There's actually another viewpoint I would like to get. It really is. Just amazing what they created here with Paris. The landmarks being 1-to-1 scale as well is just awesome. Don't do that, Arno. Another thing I want to check real quick in the audio settings. Okay, I'm gonna make the sound volume to 8, voice volume to 9, so music is a bit more prominent, because it can be a bit more subtle, especially when ambient music plays. I want to have it be louder and other stuff.
Don't make this harder than it has to. Give me an...
Here.
Alright, so that's the first Paris story. Headlining the Guillotine. Replace newspapers with others more to Dr. Guillotine's liking.
The journals ridicule me no end. They call the new machine a whirligig. Imagine, I devise a humane method of execution and the newspapers do nothing but print negative reports. Could you print this article, emphasizing the advantages of the guillotine, then surreptitiously replace the journals sold on the street with the new ones?
But my dear doctor, do you not agree that the purpose of an execution is to show the people the terrible retribution of the state?
The purpose of an execution is simply to end the life of a criminal. My machine accomplishes this in the best way.
I disagree, citizen. We want to see the man drawn and quartered. We want to see his head fly from his neck, not plop into a basket.
We all know stories of executions gone awry, ears lopped off and so forth. No, we must have a better way, and thanks to science, that way is at hand. With this machine, built by Tobias Schmidt, I can cut off your head in the twinkling of an eye, and you never feel it.
Vous seriez surpris.
It's kind of ironic, right, that this machine was created to kind of like have less suffering for whoever has to be killed, but then it was so effective at killing very fast and precise that, you know, it just led to mass murders being performed against, you know, political enemies, essentially.
Vous seriez surpris.
A whirligig for me? There's also a database entry for the doctor here. Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotine was a leading light in the French medicine who did not in fact invent the guillotine. He earned immense popularity among Parisians for his early support of a vote by headcount at the Estates General. In addition, he was a philanthropist who petitioned for the same death sentence for all, regardless of social class. Along with Dr. Antoine Louis, he sought to improve a machine first devised by harpsichord maker Tobias Schmidt, which would lop the victim's head off painlessly. No more swords, no more breaking wheels, no more gallows, quick death guaranteed even at the hands of a clumsy executioner. He fell afoul of a committee of public safety late in the revolution and spent a month in prison, but escaped a final reunion with his invention. He resumed his scientific activities and worked in support of vaccination to save lives. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, right, executions were a public display to also showcase the suffering of whoever was to be killed. So it had that entertainment, I guess, aspect, but then also to kind of like scare potential other criminals of what's awaiting them if they die. Like all that pain and suffering. Alright, I don't have a pistol equipped yet. Let's go ahead and change that. We could get Pitcairn Putnam's pistol. This one is quite good. Also good range as well. However, I go for Arno's dueling pistol, I think, because it's his, I guess, and it fits him the best. Crafted with a duelist in mind, this pistol is light, accurate, and powerful. It's also upgraded for more damage. In fact, let's upgrade the entire Arno set, so we have like better stats. Doesn't cost too much, and it's definitely worth it. And then we can also upgrade the sword as well for more damage. Whenever someone complains about violence in video games or action movies, you just think about the fact that people used to watch public executions for entertainment. US didn't stop public hangings until the 1900s even. Yeah, I mean, United States and death sentence is a whole topic in and of itself, I guess. It's still crazy to me that, you know, that's performed so many states. But, yeah. Okay, now we can use a firearm here. Some nice headshots. That pike though, standing there, that's amazing. Okay, do you wanna turn around? Oh, that works as well, I guess.
At last, my new apprentice. Hurry, we need the new edition printed right away.
Yeah, let me take care of it. New edition. Jesus, how many journals is that? To get. It's insane. Ah, never mind, we only have to plant one, right? Out of them all. I was about to say, like... it's a lot of checkpoints. Port citizen.
National disgrace. New machine would remove all spectacle from public executions.
Yeah, nobody saw that. The way I stood on my crate while planting.
Miraculous machine.
Or planting that.
In the twinkling of an eye.
It's all of her journals, all of them. Indeed. Gotta take care of all the different newspaper outlets in all of Paris at the same time.
New machine would remove all spectacle from public executions.
Alright, that's 2 out of 3. One more.
L'histoire se passe ici. Nous voulons de meilleures conditions de travail. Tiens, est-ce que je la compare?
National disgrace. New machine would remove all spectacle from public executions.
Nice. That finishes the headlining the guillotine mission. Very nice. Let's also get the viewpoint up here. One of the Discord servers you're in has a guillotine emoji. Would be great to have right now. Did they also play AC Unity, or why did they put that on the server? Alright. One thing I'm curious about is if this mission is supposed to be the same year, right? Because it's in connection to the guillotine. Let me have a quick look if that's like taking place in a specific year. Ah, it is actually. So this is from 1792. That's cool. Because I was curious if a guillotine mission would take place within the same year here or not. Okay, that's cool. It's the only other guillotine mission I can think of right now that's in connection to like the guillotine functioning. So yeah, that means we have now officially finished the year 1789. Which means we can work on 1790 next. However, in 1790, there's only one mission. One Paris story called The Great Escapist. So let's have a look if we can find that one. Ah, that is. Infiltrate the ruins of the Bastille to recover a famous rope ladder. A ladder. Pay no attention to the man behind the speaker. Not suspicious at all. Yeah, nobody would assume anything. It's not for Unity, it's just for political chats. I gotcha. Fair enough.
Ah, no, you got cold feet! Come here, and I like
Yeah, it's also my first time actually playing the games in that order to Aura, so it's a fresh way for me to play the games. It's always good to kind of like switch it up and make each playthrough feel like unique from each other. So let's get this chest over here. Want to get all the initial chests for the potential outfits.
As-tu donc en tête, toi?
Restons-en là, voulez-vous? Il est des choses que l'on n'achète pas.
Years ago, when I escaped from the Bastille, I left behind the rope ladder I fashioned from twine and firewood. It's famous now, but the Bastille's guarded because of the looting. Could you, citizen, retrieve my rope and bring it back? It's somewhere in that vast edifice. You'll have to get the location from the quartermaster.
Did this guy just fart? Like somebody did inside here?
You've not found the rope ladder? It must be there. It simply must.
Oh, that's kind of cool. There's like more dialogue even. We go back to him. It's also interesting that he says years ago he escaped from the Bastille because this is taking place in 1790, right? So maybe he escaped even before the storm of the Bastille or something. I mean, it must be if he says years. Oh, this for rope? Yeah, that rope is important. It's the guy we have to steal from.
Hell's all that about?
Au secours!
be hereabouts. But where?
Oh, baby fair.
Que s'est-il passé? Oh, garde! Garde! Vite, à l'aide!
Time to steal the prison manifest. Just gotta find a good way to get up here.
Bloody conservatives!
There we go. Let's get out of here.
Where you going? Show yourself!
La révolution sera le triomphe.
Pris pour Mathurin.
Venez découvrir la parole de celui qui nous a libérés.
Thank you, my friend. It makes a fine memento.
Jean-Henri Latoute was thrown into prison by Louis XV's mistress, Madame de Pompadour, albeit for a good reason. Indeed, acting out of great ambition, he had invented a false conspiracy against her. He secretly sent her a vial of poison, followed by a letter warning her about the poison. Imprisoned in Vincennes, he escaped, was captured and locked up in the Bastille. He escaped again using a makeshift rope ladder. Again captured and again sentenced to Vincennes, he escaped one last time. In 1787, he published his memoir in which he recorded his various escapes from prison, including that of 1755 when he broke out of La Bastille through the chimney, using the aforementioned rope ladder. When the Bastille was taken, he recovered the ladder and offered it, with great pomp, to the Hotel de Ville. During the revolution, he seized every opportunity to present himself as a tormented victim of tyranny. The storied rope ladder can be found today in the Carnavalet Museum in Paris. Very nice. That's cool. That kind of like explains why he says years ago, because he escaped several times out of the deep Bastille. Even as far back as 55, which is 34 years before Arnaud did escape. That means he must be quite old at this point. Does he look old? Never mind, he isn't here anymore. You hate all of us street bullies so much, just let me run around. Yeah, they definitely can be disrupting whatever you're trying to do sometimes. Arno, are you alright?
High precision getter.
High precision getter? Hey Vermola, welcome in. How's it going?
Je vous souhaite la bienvenue.
Alright, so yeah, that finishes the year 1790 already. Only one mission we had. Okay, so the next major mission we actually would be doing is the main story. However, before we do that, I'm gonna go and check out this murder mystery. Can't like start that. Or I guess we could wait until the first murder mystery happens, but it doesn't happen until... Wait, is it 1793? Yeah, a lot of the murder mysteries don't happen until like pretty late into it. Interesting. Okay, in that case, we're already gonna unlock the opportunity to have murder mysteries. Because not all of them are gonna take place in a set year, so some of them we can do earlier than others. Yeah, it's going good, Mola. Definitely having a good day and enjoying some more of this game. This beautiful game. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day so far, dude, and that you're doing well. Not bad at all. You think today you finish your peak season for work 2 days ahead of schedule? Oh, that's awesome, Mola. So should be like more relaxed afterwards again, hopefully. That's great, dude. Especially, you know, if you're like even ahead of schedule.
Get in there! That's 3 times this month.
I gotta eat. You gotta feed me. Works out.
Shut it. What do you want?
A lot of crime going on. Need help?
I've got things well under control, thank you very much.
What about all the murders you never solve?
I said shut it, Vidoc.
Think about it. He solves them. You get the credit.
Tell you what. Solve a murder, I'll give you a weapon out of the bin. Meanwhile, I have more important things to do.
Hey! I know the streets. I can help you out.
Why would you?
Because that stinking stupid pig of a police minister doesn't have the stinking stupid sense to do anything that might give even a grifter like me hope that someday, this city might not be a shitty place to live. And because I'm bored out my bloody mind!
Oh, for the love of God, Vidoc, shush!
I like these two quite a bit, actually. It's also funny that, you know, he kind of like, the only reason he lets himself to be imprisoned is because he's like starving, right? And they have to feed him. And Vidocq knows that, and, you know, still feeds him. Also tells you a little bit about, I guess, you know, the two characters here. Well, you had your boss call you yesterday and ask how you're so fast, oh? Skill baby here. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. You know, that's it's also getting acknowledged by your boss as well. You know that you're doing good work. The murder mysteries were the best. Yeah, they were great. A good addition, I think. You know, instead of only doing murders yourself, to actually have, you know, like murders that you can investigate and solve yourself. What does the pain mean in front of my name? That's basically my brotherhood's short name, I guess. So yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know how you say that in English right now, but the short version of whatever you choose to have as a name for a clan. So yeah, it's like my brotherhood, essentially. So I'm not sure if this murder is part of a specific timeline. Let's have a quick look in my timetable, because if not, then we're gonna do that already. Okay, so this doesn't have a specific timeline, which means we're gonna solve this murder right now. Murder foretold. Solve a murder in the monastery. Eugene Francois Vidocq. Born in 1775, Vidocq was but a lad during the French Revolution. He spent his youth as a petty thief and was frequently in jail. However, his association with thieves was to prove beneficial. By the Napoleonic era, he was working as an informant for the police and eventually became a policeman himself. They usually say crime doesn't pay. For this fellow, it's not only paid, but came with a pension and medical. In fact, he was one of the forefathers of the deductive method of crime solving and founded a unit that grew to become the Sûreté, France's premier crime-fighting organization. He always worked both sides of the law, but his criminal friends proved invaluable to him as a detective. That's kinda cool. I like that backstory. A guide for bringing forth justice. If you want to solve crimes, you can't just wander in and throw the first suspicious person you meet into jail. Well, you can, but you almost always get the wrong person. Look, you're going to have to get serious and have a comprehensive system to sort of who did it, why, and how. I'm going to make it easy for you and list all the basics right here. Read those over and go out and nab the murderer. Everything you discover will be kept in a case file. Look there to review what you have learned. Examine all the clues and speak to all the witnesses. Use your eyes and ears. Some clues will lead you to new places. Don't be lazy, go there and look for more clues. Review your case file, use your head. Which suspect had the ability, means and motive. When you know that only one suspect could have done the crime, return to the murderer and accuse them.
Something kind of creepy about monks. Closed up like that in a big building. Sometimes that's hard on people. Better check out the monastery here on the island, though.
Indeed. What happens if you get the wrong guy, or can you? Yeah, you can accuse the wrong person, but that will only lower the reward that you get for the mission. It won't fail the mission or anything. You can just go accuse people until you get the right one, essentially. The only consequence is having less money that you get. So yeah, it's very forgiving if you fail. Oh, we have a companion mission. So I don't have to do all of these, but I'm gonna still do some of them regardless for some additional money. So they're just very short missions. I have to like either steal from somebody or assassinate somebody or whatever. You can do them whenever, really. Okay, I think we have to retrack the murder mystery here. Yeah. Let's be honest, everyone suspected is guilty or something, so it's really is a loss. You probably just kill everybody, right, Mauler? To ensure justice for everybody. Or you had to look up the answer, Lo. You can't stand to get it wrong. It's definitely fair. Yeah, even though I've done the murder mysteries a few times already, I don't remember every single detail either, or who was the murder every time. So, yeah, can be tricky sometimes as well. Even for me. What are you men of people after all? Justice for everyone. Exactly. It's only fair, right? And it's according to the morals and values of the French Revolution as well, right? Equality, justice, and liberty. You finished your first memory back in Asgard the other day. Epic, you loved it? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the Asgard and other memories that you have with Harvey are just fantastic. Really well done. And cake, don't forget the cake. Yeah. Let them eat cake. Dead monk, Friar John, strangled with a strand of rosary beads. He appears to have fallen from a chair while writing at his desk.
Dear Lord, Friars Stanislas, Bernard, and even the respected Friar Benoit, and then Friar Jean, all dead. It passeth all understanding. 3 monks survive, praise God, but I dare not think. Is it possible that the murderer is one of them? Bah, ridiculous. Which of them would be capable of such an atrocity?
Oh, that is the question, isn't it? The body of Friar Bernard, an older monk lying dead in his bed. His features are sallow, and his face is ashen grey. The body of Friar Stanislaus. So the same way he died as the other, as Bernard. And we have Friar Benoit, who also died the same way as the other two. Crumpled paper. Clenched over amongst dead fists is a crumpled bit of paper, apparently torn from a diary. It reads, "Guilty. I've poisoned them. He claimed it was God's will that I do so because of a prediction, but I cannot escape my guilt. I am a murderer. I must confess everything right this minute, before the note is unfinished." So, he basically admits to having poisoned the others, but obviously he was killed by being strangled, not by poisoning. So whoever said it was God's will killed him by strangling him before he could tell anybody else. Most likely. Property of Friar John. Personal effects. Also at the bottom of the chest, a single page torn from a book. The 7 branches will be reduced to 3. The elder ones surprised by death. The 2 seduced by fratricide. The conspirators will die as they sleep. Nostradamus. So Nostradamus, you must know, was very important in terms of like having written prophecies. He wrote a lot of like 4-liners, I think, talking about what would happen in the future. It's quite interesting actually. He even talks about the Second World War even. At least that's what people think he did. Like about, you know, like plane-like devices or vehicles, I guess, dropping bombs. And even somebody called Hitler or something. So very similar to Hitler, obviously. But the thing is, Nostradamus wrote so many prophecies, it didn't surprise that some of them became true. You know? Because most of them didn't, obviously. They're quite interesting. Didn't you do similar missions with the twins? Yeah, in Syndicate you also have murder mysteries. They develop them even further, where you can like talk to people multiple times and stuff. Property of Friar Honoré. Personal effects. Of note is an enormous book filled with intriguing quatrains, the prophecies of Nostradamus. So Friar Honoré is a big fan of his, apparently.
So much happened. First, the death of the elder monks. Friar Jean served them wine, and they immediately became very tired. They went to bed and couldn't be roused. I ran to the doctor. When I came back, what did I find? They were all dead. And there's Friar Jean, strangled at his desk.
So the fact that Jean also had, you know, a writing of Nostradamus tells you that he did partially agree with Honoré, you know, to poison them, but ultimately his guilt was so strong, so he had to confess, which Honoré of course didn't agree with. Broken clock is still right twice a day. That's true.
Saw a monk right over there, starting a fire he was. A fire, here in the vineyard. Well, I yelled at him to get on out of there, and he ran off.
Partially burned diary. Poisoned the cask of wine, but I served it. If he knew that I am about to confess, he would not hesitate to murder me himself. O curse the day the prediction of Nostradamus ever came into Honoré's possession. He is quite mad, and he has driven me to madness. But I am... There it stops. So basically everything leads to Honoré. He convinced Jean of poisoning the other 2 guys and then would kill himself.
I am very worried about Friar Honoré. He and Friar Jean were quite close. I fear Jean's murder has affected Honoré's sanity.
So yeah, really everything points towards him.
God's will cannot be understood by mortal man. We search and pray and do the best we can. Small hints can be discerned, say, in the writings of prophets. I believe Nostradamus is one.
So yeah, that's him. He believed he could, you know, fulfill the prophecy of Nostradamus by killing the other friars.
God's will cannot be understood by mortal man. We search and pray and do the best. The conspirators were foretold to die in their sleep. Jean was victim of a fratricide. Is it murder to fulfill a prophecy?
Yes, it is.
It's all coming true, I tell you. Even this.
He's a bit off his nut, if you ask me. Arrest the madman. 9 times out of 10, you're right. Go ahead.
Nice. We got the wooden hammer. A humble craftsman tool, it can still break bones in a pinch. Okay, let's use it just to showcase the weapon. Instant sleep? Yeah, he always sleeps. He's the opposite of Bike, who never sleeps.
Quit bothering me.
Quit bothering me. What if I do want to bother you?
Quit bothering me. Nothing, eh? That's what I expected.
Someday, I want to get myself invited to a fancy dinner party. You know, with wine glasses and such. I hear a party like that wasn't so much fun up in the Marais. You should see if they let you in. Near that old church, Saint-Gervais. Something like that.
It's really cool. Vidocq actually gives you clues to like other locations of murder mysteries. Because you still gotta find them yourself. Unless you have like the maps of them, I guess. So yeah, you can talk to him multiple times. He will give you like clues where to look for additional murder mysteries.
A professor has been found dead at a school just north of Luxembourg Gardens. Could be an experiment gone wrong, or a convenient opportunity for death. Get over to Palais de Tuileries. Some guy locked himself in his office. Messy one north of the Saint Marcel near the river. I'd bring some gloves.
Yeah, he knows all the murders apparently.
Easy one. Brutal, brutal murder. Just head down towards Notre Dame, you'll find it. Messy one north of the Saint Marcel near the river. I'd bring some gloves. It's dangerous to be a politician these days. You might want to take a walk up past the Louvre. Maybe around the post office. If you fancy yourself some fine leather, you can visit the tannery in Bièvre. You might be a little surprised by the secret ingredient in their chemicals. If you fancy yourself some fine leather,
Okay.
you can visit the tannery.
So he's also repeating himself eventually.
You might be a little surprised by the
Yeah, it's definitely cool that he gives you like more hints and stuff. This guy is an adolescent. Dude looks like 30 years old. Yeah, he's like pretty young at this point. I think like in his late teens or something. But I guess I looked older during the French Revolution. But yeah guys, I think this is where I'm gonna take a break now. And then come back in about 10 minutes or so. And yeah, the next mission we would be doing is actually the main story. So yeah, we're gonna go and start sequence 3. And then afterwards I would like to unlock the Café Theatre and kind of like take care of our home base and all of that. And then we're also gonna have a look at these Paris stories within the city center. Because I reckon not all of them are part of like a historical timeline. I know this one is, but these two might not, so yeah. We're gonna take care of those missions as well that aren't set in a specific year or something. Thank you, Aura. I definitely will. And yeah, I shall be back in like 10 minutes or so. However, before I go into my break, I want to give a couple shoutouts. To Rod. Rod is another big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's also currently doing his Endio series run and playthrough of a series. Currently with AC1, he's doing a no HUD challenge for the first time ever, doing it on any game. He's playing without any HUD elements, so without any minimap or anything like that, and is trying to beat the game like that. You can also catch him currently playing some Red Dead Redemption 2, where he's trying to do 100% checklists. And he's also playing through Witcher 3, the Blood and Wine DLC. Also almost finished with it. He's probably gonna do another 2 or 3 streams, and then he's also done with that DLC as well. So if you're into those kind of games, then I highly recommend checking out his channel. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will. No HUD in Unity is so pretty. It really is, dude. Yeah, I love this game without the HUD. Syndicate as well. Also want to give a shout out to Mola. Mola's also currently playing for the AC games. He's planning on playing all 17 eventually. But currently he's on the Desmond Saga with the second AC game. He's probably gonna finish that next stream and might even make a start on Brotherhood, because he's in the second last sequence right now. So yeah, he's gonna soon be finished with that, and he's gonna play the rest of the Desmond Saga. However, you can also catch him on weekends playing Goose Goose Duck and other games like Sims 4 2. So if you're into those games, then definitely check out Mola's channel as well. And that's a very smaller. More than happy to give you a shout out, dude. Also want to give a shout out to Lucinda, who's another great streamer of the community. She's really into first person kind of like games like Dying Light, Dishonored, and others. Currently she's playing Weird Westfall as her next game, now that she's finished with Days Gone. So yeah, if those games sound like something you'd be interested in, among Bioshock as well, or Resident Evil, then definitely check out Lucinda's channel too. Before you go, what does Sani mean? In English it seems to mean art. So whenever Rod and I say Sani, that's a reference to AC Origins. Because in AC Origins, Sani is basically Egyptian for friend. So yeah, that's what Rod and I am referencing when we call each other Sani. It's Egyptian for friend. But yeah, definitely understandable that you wouldn't know since you haven't played Origins yet, I don't think. If that's the voice I'm in the best suit, more than happy to give you a shout out too. So definitely check out his channel as well. He's playing all kinds of games really, a big fan of AC, of Unity, Valhalla and others. He's also playing Resident Evil, Dark Souls and all kinds of other games. So check out I'm in the best suit, as well as Jay as well. Jay is also a big fan of AC. He's been playing through most of the AC games at this point, I think, if not all of them. But also a big fan of other story, narratively driven games like Horizon Zero Dawn, Kingdom Hearts, the Monkey Island games, and lots of others. So yeah, definitely check out Jay too. Very Lucinda. And last but not least, I forgot one streamer who joined today as well. That is our good friend Tylian. Tylian is also a big fan of Horizon, and is currently playing through the new game Forbidden West. He also played other PlayStation exclusives recently, like God of War. Though that isn't exclusive anymore, I guess it's released on PC as well. But yeah, also great dude, great streamer. Lots of fun to hang out there and very chill. So definitely check out Tylian as well, if you haven't yet. Cheers, I'm the best suit. Hope hope the second part of the meeting goes well. And yeah, I will catch you later. And yeah, I will catch the rest of you in about 10 minutes or so. So until then, take care, and I will leave you with some AC Unity soundtrack until then.
Personne.
Alright, there we go. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for staying tuned, and welcome back to more of AC Unity. With our historical order full sync playthrough. So hey there, DX, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. And hey there, Sean, welcome in as well. How are you doing today? So yeah, we are currently in the year 1791 now, that we have finished with all of the social club missions, para-stories and co-op missions of 70, 89 and 90. And the next mission to do would actually be the main story. So we're gonna have the next and check it out. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back as well, Senny. We have already seen, but Ubisoft has officially shut down the online servers for many of the older titles now. Yeah, I've seen that they have been doing that like periodically. So, for example, AC2 already had been online, but I'm not sure now about other AC games because a few days ago I've seen that they were offline. And people have posted, reposted an article from like 2 years ago where they stated that all of the servers are going offline up until AC3. But then that was like, kind of like, contested by Ubisoft, I guess. Like Ubisoft made a statement where they said that wasn't the case yet. So did they actually go ahead now and did like an official announcement, like Ubisoft themselves, saying that the servers got shut down? Because I heard very much conflicting information on that in the past days, ever since I heard of it. But yeah, I think that's, like, I mean, multiplayer-wise it really sucks for people who are into it. Personally, I'm not that much. But I would still rather have it, you know, be an option because there's actually some lore hidden in the multiplayer, like, depending on if you level up, I think you get, or do certain missions, you get like actual modern day information. Which could be interesting for like a story playthrough, right? So that information might be lost with multiplayers going offline, if that would be the case. Another thing is that some of the content, even for single player games, are tied to like the online servers. Like in AC2 for instance, the auditorium is connected to the online. So once they shut down the servers, people couldn't access that one anymore, or the Templar lairs as well, which are also connected to that. So if Brotherhood would be affected, that would mean we couldn't do the Templar lairs there either anymore. In Revelations, it would mean we couldn't do the Vlad the Tepes tomb anymore, and we lost Archive DLC. At an AC3, I mean AC3 wouldn't be affected because of the remaster version, and the regular version isn't being sold anymore. But for Brotherhood and Revelations, it would really suck if that's the case. It would be about time now, after so many years, save money and shut down servers, etc. Yeah, that's a plan to kind of like focus on the newer AC games, but, or kind of like newer Ubisoft games. But I think it's still shitty, because they don't really do anything about replacing that content that is lost. Instead of kind of like patching the game and doing an effort to kind of make the content available regardless of like online activity. I can understand they would want to cut servers, but then, you know, just make the content available offline, I guess. Would be a good compromise, I guess. But they don't go ahead to reprogram those features, so we're just shutting down the servers and that's it, and the players then have to suffer because some features won't be available anymore. It's kind of like a shitty way of doing it, I think. Yeah, exactly, Rod. It's really frustrating. Especially since, for example, in AC2, the 100% completion is tied to you also doing those tombs that are not available anymore. Now, I don't think the Ezio collection is affected by that on console, but if you have like the standard version, then that is the case. So that's really frustrating. But apparently it's officially from Ubisoft. Here's their page on it. Okay, let me actually have a look here. Holy shit. How many games? Wait, Rayman Legends also? Fuck you, Ubisoft. Jesus Christ, look at how many games are shut down. And yeah, apparently AC2, Brotherhood Revelations, all have been shut down, which means all of the content I was just talking about isn't available anymore. Unlockable content USC such as maps and skins will also be disabled, meaning that you will no longer be able to unlock them, and on PC USC will no longer be available even if it has been redeemed previously. Really? On console the USC will continue to be available unless you reset your saved game files. So you have to keep a save file in order to still be able to access the content. How stupid is that? Seriously. It's just so lazy on Ubisoft's part, you know, to do that move. It's not like they have enough money, right? Not like Valhalla, for instance, was one of the best sold games, and they do like tons of money for microtransactions, with which they could easily keep up the servers at least. You know, it's not that expensive, considering the income they have from, you know, MTX, for example. The Just Dance games, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how active those communities are online, but I reckon that move sucks for a lot of communities right now, considering, you know, how many games have been shut down. Okay, that was weird. My controller just got stuck. For Splinter Cell fans, the games affected Tour, Chaos Fury, Double Agent, Conviction, and Blacklist. I can't set aside money for teams to make sure all the online content is made available to play offline. Yeah, exactly, you know. It's just really about cutting costs, I guess. And, I mean, that's the intention there, right? Like, to cut costs by turning off the servers. So, if they would have to hire a team, that would mean investing into that, instead of, you know, cutting costs. So they have no interest in making that, you know, be available offline. So yeah, well, maybe I have to, you know, start playing the Ezio collection on PS4 then, or something. That's the only way of getting that content. Or maybe, honestly, I just get, you know, kind of like, you know, a version that's not tied to Uplay, I guess. I'm not sure if there's a way to really bypass the USC restriction, but, yeah. I'm gonna look for an alternative version, I think, in that case. Damn, 90 games for. That's like most of their catalog, isn't it? Okay, let's have another look at the timetable here for Unity. So this mission graduation takes place on the 4th of January in 1791. So that's yeah, a bit more than a year. Like a year and a half since we joined the Assassins. Essentially cutting off her own nose to spite their face. Yeah. Yeah, really not a fan of the decisions that Ubisoft has been making recently. The past 2 years or so. Don't forget Breakpoint is now EOL and no more content updates, etc. What does EOL mean, Sean? Sequence 3. Graduation. After nearly a year of training, Arno is finally ready to become a full-fledged assassin. All he has to do is complete one last exercise. End of life. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't mind if more Ubisoft games would have like a shorter life cycle, but just be like complete experiences. Rather just finish like, bring out like finished games. Instead of like being supported and patched over and over. But yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. They want to push the whole like keep games alive with more and more content approach. He needs to do a start jump, and that's his last exercise. Yeah, the last step in the assassin training. The start jump. My controller turn off again. Okay, give me 1 sec, guys. Okay.
What's the mission?
The mission. Let's get your arse in position. Don't ask questions, piss pop.
I live to serve.
Okay, so there's mission difficulty diamonds. There's like 5 different levels. It's a very soft kind of like RPG system. Where it means that even on level 1 you can fight level 5 enemies, though it's gonna be quite difficult, of course. But yeah, ultimately, you know, everything is kind of like in level range. So it's more of a balanced kind of like level experience. Hey there, Sagat. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Hope you're doing well. Rod, you are setting up for AC Bloodlines, and for a PSP game, what they have managed to accomplish is pretty cool. I played a little bit of the tutorial and the early start of the first memory too. Ah, very nice, dude. I'm actually quite excited to see you play Bloodlines and what you think of it, because I thought story-wise it was actually really good. Like, it was the first game written by Darby McDevitt as well, I think, for the AC series. So you can certainly tell that he did care about, you know, the lore and kind of like adding even more to idea. Gameplay definitely took me a bit getting used to, especially kind of like the camera angles and stuff. But yeah, it's like really solid, especially for, you know, PlayStation Portable at the time. Like it's really close to the original game. Okay, so for this one we have to do cover kills.
That's odd.
Something's not right.
Seigneur, mais qu'est-ce qui...
Arrêtez-le! C'est un tueur!
Hey, très drôle, petits imbéciles. Très drôle, petits imbéciles. Surprenant, oui.
Rod is great he worked on it because it helps fill the gaps between AC1 and 2 in regards to Maria. The only downside to the controls is moving the camera. You have to hold L and then use the face buttons to change the camera's direction. Exactly, dude. That was also my biggest critique point, I think. But of course it's because of like how the PSP was kind of like working as a console, right? As like a mobile console. It's a bit tricky emulating that on like a regular controller, I guess. From the feeling. But yeah. Apart from that, it's pretty good, but yeah, it takes some getting used to for sure. Moving your camera with that edition. It's King's Day's day over here. The streets are filled with drunk people. Damn, dude. Oh. Have you been also on the streets today, Cat, or have you been staying inside? What the heck is happening with my controller right now? It's again not reacting. Let's hope that fixes it.
Lord Guillaume de Roussel has generously agreed to our price of 40%.
An act of desperation. What about the priest?
He'll come around.
Your confidence is infectious, Siver. My boys will have the wagon ready.
Here are the details. Make sure it goes smoothly.
Of course. Make sure that it goes smoothly, cretin. When have I...
Murder! Murder!
These bastards always have bodyguards. Well...
Next time, do that before he starts screaming.
Why do we hang about here when Siver still lives?
You live in a city center and could barely get out of your house. Just came home from shopping. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Damn, dude. That sounds wild. Ubisoft has disabled their controller servers. Yeah, you have to connect your controller to the Ubisoft cloud system. But yeah, if it gets corrupted though, then your controller is basically unusable, right? It kind of like remaps all of your controls to nothing, so you can't use the controller anymore and you have to get a new one. That's like the next step, you know, you have to get like Ubisoft controllers to play their games. Or your controller wants revolution. It's definitely embracing the game's themes, yeah? What's the top head guy's name? His voice actor sounds familiar. This one? Yeah, that's Charles Gabriel Sylvain. If you want to look it up on IMDb. Next time do that before he starts screaming. Well, because the game doesn't have a player move Arno or to do anything straight away. That's true, yeah, you can't really change that. It's like, you know, meant to be that way. Yeah, me neither actually, Rod. Eventually. Yeah, exactly, Aura, you know. Gotta pay an extra fee for the controller. Second, you saw customer review of Ubisoft game yesterday and it said it was filled with Ubisoft spy and malware. Is that true, you think? I mean, I haven't heard about Ubisoft having spy and malware. They certainly have a very aggressive kind of like DRM system, called a Nouveau or something like that, that runs in the background of their modern games. And it doesn't really, it's not a spy or malware as far as I'm aware, but just like checking your system if you have kind of like a licensed version or not of a game. And to operate that drags a lot of kind of power, I guess, from your system. So I know about that, but I didn't know about any spy or malware. You were right, he voices many guards in the game Thief. Ah, okay, I gotcha. That's kinda cool. I actually quite like his voice actor. So he's called Alain Golim. Interesting. Is he Canadian? I wonder. Born on the 1st of December 1725 in Louisbourg, New France, Sever was the son of a lieutenant in the Swiss regiment de Cara. Oh, the Swiss army. Terrifying. If you find the idea of a bunch of men in feathery hats and leathery shorts standing around with pocket knives, refusing to take sides, terrifying. Like his father, Sever chose to make his career in the army, serving in New France and the West Indies before returning to Europe in 1785, where he opened a shipping business. Right. A shipping business, very diplomatic way of saying Templar artifact smuggling. We've got data linking Sever to everything from funding Haven Kenway's operations in the American colonies to the disastrous attempt to recover, well, never mind. You're not clear for that. Just keep an eye on this one, yeah? That's kinda cool, the connection here to Haven and the colonies. Born in Quebec, so yeah, looks like it. Ah, okay. Very nice. His first AC game was AC2, but only credited as additional voices. Need to find out what they are. Yeah, would be interesting. I don't remember right now where I might have heard his voice actor. Ah, okay, I got you, listener. Yeah, that makes sense.
He killed Monsieur de la...
A lot of the voice actors work on like similar developers from the same regions, I guess. Especially Montreux, it seems. Also with Deus Ex and yeah, like other Ubisoft games, of course.
Patience. Sever's not the target. Not today. Come on. Council's waiting for our report.
There! Give him a smoke bomb! Bloody hell! Don't lose it! Touch him, claw! Idiot taking the high road!
Time to go. Time to earn your cape.
Moderate, die!
He was also in AC3, the Red Coat who cuts Church's nose and who tortures him, but then Haven kills him. Yeah, that was the voice actor for Arno, actually. The one who played Kata in AC3. But yeah, voice actor for Arno also voiced several characters before Unity. In Black Flag he also does a couple voices.
Answer me, you bastard!
Merde. Patriots. These imbeciles will pick a fight with anyone. Try not to draw their attention.
Shouldn't we stop them?
Stop them. Avoid them. Doesn't matter. There's always more fanatics. Can't save everyone, piss pop.
Well, there's a cheery thought.
Extremists and rest harass the population. They are paid by Templars. They can recognize you and attack you anywhere in the city.
Heads up, lads. Remy found Monsieur Rapinon's body in a courtyard not far from here. Stabbed through the throat.
Yeah, they can be quite annoying sometimes. But I do like that they're there, because it makes the streets like more dangerous. Which means going rooftops is usually a better and safer way of going about.
Not to strain your heart. Just trying not to strain your heart.
Just trying not to strain your heart.
I'll still be running when you're dead.
Just trying not to strain your heart.
No worries, Lucinda. I hope you have a great start to your stream today if you're streaming. Thank you so much for coming by and for joining. I really do appreciate it. What the fuck is I doing? And yeah, I hope you have a good one. We will see you next time.
Careful, Crystal. You'll hurt someone.
That farmer standing inside the haystack, wo? Also, regarding Anna's voice actor, what a promotion for that guy. From extra voice NPC to main character. Yeah, that's true as well. It's great that he got, you know, the opportunity. Because he did a great job with Arno, I think. Arno's also in Black Flag as one of the sailor who tells about info about Templars and pirates joining each other. That's very true, yeah. He's been doing a couple of voices in that game. Jesus Christ.
Need a break?
I know what Arno's doing right now. Sometimes. Of something is really wrong with my controller right now, because yeah. Just like stopping all of a sudden.
Hello, my friend.
Hello, my friend. Let's go ahead and buy some stuff here. The homemade Sancelot hood. Looks quite funny with the back of it. This one looks nice and elegant. But let's go for the handmade Sancelot hood. You know, we gotta look representative of the revolution, of course, with the cockade and the hood. Blue shirt, interesting. did get the Master Military code earlier, right? Which is quite good stuff-wise, but I don't like that it doesn't have any kind of like cloak. I'm just gonna keep the cloak that we have currently, I think. And then we can get Arno's tailored braces, which look very similar, just have better stats. Arno's making his own luck, indeed. The way Shane never could. So his actor probably went in all of the AC auditions but finally got main role in Unity. Yeah, maybe. I mean, he probably has definitely been having his eye out for an AC game for a long time, considering he has been there 2 years prior already. We could use this boat here because it gives us the best stats already. This one I unlocked from the club competition, I think, back in the day when it launched. But I'm not gonna use it just yet because it's too big of a boost. It's unfair. Let's go for Arno's Taylor boat instead. And then we can also get the Arno Taylor breeches here as well. Alan is not credited for any roles in AC Revelations, however, listening to his voice in an interview on YouTube, he may have voiced Clay's father in the Lost Archive DLC. Interesting. It could be. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it might. So many customization options. Also his hood, every time you change it. Hey the viewer, welcome in. It's going good. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. And thank you for posting the interview as well, Rod. I appreciate it. Is it only you, or does Edward look like Chris Hemsworth and Jacob Fry like Hugh Jackman? Yeah, it's not the first time that you say that, or that somebody made that connection, I guess, between Edward and Chris Hemsworth. There's even like a fan-made trailer, I think, where they used one of the movies that Chris Hemsworth was working on, and made it seem like kind of like an AC kind of like trailer, I guess. But you found another user game Yuri Löwenthal voiced the character in. He was Vieri in AC2. Wait, really? Vieri? That makes actually a lot of sense now. I never would have guessed. Considering also his accent and stuff, you know. You don't really hear this type of accent on Yuri anywhere else, I don't think. That's really funny. Dude, my controller is again not reacting. It's kind of annoying. Yeah.
We take this ledger full of Templar records to Mirabeau.
Okay, I'm also gonna change my weapon. Let's see, how about heavy? Oh, this one looks quite nice. double blade axe. Executioner star. I do like the heavy morning star as well. It's kind of funny that this is considered non-lethal. Like if you hit people in the face with it, they don't die. Makes sense. But they used clips from a movie In the Heart of the Sea about the author of the novel Moby Dick's inspiration for the story. That's right, yeah. They look quite nice actually. I could definitely see the comparison. Oh, I do like the great sword as well, I have to say. Let's have a look how the double-bladed axe looks.
You don't seem terribly fond of him.
He's a politician. Sees himself as a great peacemaker.
Okay, let's keep it for now.
End the war between assassins and Templars. Bring the revolution to a happy conclusion. And convince dogs and cats to live together in peace.
And that's bad?
It's a self-aggrandizing pipe dream. The Templars are at their weakest since Jacques de Molay burned. We're running around after second-rate smugglers. All because Mirabeau wants to secure his legacy.
Monsieur de la Serre believed a truce was possible.
And look where it got him.
So, foreshadowing here for sure for Belek and Mirabeau's relationship later. And Mirabeau eventually being killed and poisoned by him. Because Belek just didn't agree anymore with having a truce with the Templars. It's definitely understandable, you know, that he doesn't believe in a truce because they really are too different, right? Like, the only reason assassins exist is because the Templars exist. Whereas without the assassins, the Templars would still exist anyways. And it's because, you know, they just, you know, usually try to have all the control for themselves to, you know, mass control the population, which is directly against the assassin ideals. So, yeah, you know, I don't think there can be a true truce either, unless there's like Templars like Elise who are not really interested in that anyways. Like Elise is a Templar because she was raised in it, she was born in it. But do you have any, you know, ever any indication that she's like interested in like mass manipulating people or like controlling them? No. Or like even manipulating events or something. Like she's not really, you know, Templar in that regard. But if she would, you know, then Arnus and her relationship would be quite different, I would imagine. And the best that you always laugh about the non-lethal stuff in this game. Yeah. Especially if I have like, you know, like spikes and all that tough stuff on them. That is a great sword. It really is, Aura. It already exists in real life as Francisco Randes, but which other assassin would be suitable for which actor if another live-action movie was made? I mean, to be honest, if there ever was a bike, you know, kind of like movie or something, which will probably never happen, but in like as a hypothetical scenario, I would just want Abu Bakr Salim to play him, which is the same, you know, actor who does the voice, because that voice just can't be replaced, and I think he does such a great job with that, and he's an actual actor anyways, primarily. Like Origins was his first ever video game role, and he did plenty of acting before that, so yeah, I think he would be great. If you are your first playthrough, you agreed with Belek. Second playthrough, you thought he was wrong, and peace should be the goal, not power. Yeah, he's certainly too corrupt and too extreme, I guess. You know, like killing Mirabeau wasn't necessary. It wasn't the way to go. Mirabeau didn't really pose any threat except for what Belek considered, you know, the threat of the safety of a brotherhood, but Mirabeau was definitely not like he shouldn't have died. And you also hear it later in his speech, you know, when he says that he would see Paris burn to protect the Brotherhood or to make sure that it's the way it's supposed to be. You know, that's a moment where you're kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe Alex shouldn't succeed in his goals, you know? But yeah, I agree with a lot of other stuff that he says, though, like when he makes the examples of like Masyaf and Moderegioni and stuff, you know. They're like valid examples of where the Assassin Brotherhood had to be like reborn, I guess. But not like this. Hey Vator, welcome in. Time was the Assassins had a far nobler goal, that of peace. Not sure you got that quote right. Yeah, by Haven in AC3, right? But yeah, I mean, I feel like that is still the goal of the Assassins, even when Haven, you know, talks about it. I think it's just really trying to make an argument for argument's sake in that situation. Because he disagrees, of course, with freedom, you know, being a potential for peace, I guess. He believes in strict control through him and his accomplices, so they ensure that, you know, peace is acquired, I guess, and can continue to be. But I mean, would you really want to live, you know, in a world that is controlled by the Templars? I sure wouldn't. So I agree with the assassin standpoint in that way that, you know, freedom, of course, can be an invitation to chaos. But it's also for the assassins, it was never about like absolute measures of like, you have to ensure total freedom or something, you know, where anybody can do anything they want. It was always about a balance in any ways. It was just about balancing also the injustices that happen in the world, which was often caused by the Templars. And Haven also participates in that as well, when he, for example, starts the Boston Massacre. Or when one of his Templar accomplices starts the American Revolution, or the war, I guess, between the Patriots and the Loyalists. Like, they often, you know, starve the bloodshed, and the assassins just do theirs to stop it continuing. So, yeah, I disagree with Haven, 100%. But that's the thing with Haven, like, he often just wants to make an argument to seem like he's in the right, because Connor isn't doing the best of jobs either to explain why he believes that freedom will bring peace. So at the end of a cutscene, you know, Haven is the one having the last word, which may make it seem like he kind of like won the argument or something, but I think later on when they have a final fight and you listen to the dialogue, it kind of like showcases that Haven's way of thinking is quite flawed and also a bit hypocritical. Dwayne Johnson as Connor Kenway. Yeah, I don't know about that. If we take the assassins wanting peace as meaning without violence, then that means when the Templars use violence to kill innocent people, the assassins should just let them slide. It's part of the ironic contradiction of what the assassins need to do in order to fight the Templars. Exactly. The Codex was already talking about the contradictions within the Brotherhood, but it's still kind of necessary, I guess. Also kind of like a bit of a utilitarian way of thinking, where you say, okay, yeah, you know, like, this one person is responsible for killing thousands, so taking down that one person might lead to 1,000 other not dying. Way of thinking. And in that case, you know, I can understand where they're coming from, why they do the things that they do, because yeah, like, if you run around the game, you might kill tons of guards and stuff, but if you actually look at, like, the canon things that happen, often it's that the assassins just focus on their targets, on the one person that's responsible. That's not about, you know, like killing everyone just because you're an assassin.
Well, the customs agents of France can rest easy. Arpinot's dead.
Shaking down imprisoned nobles seems a bit out of his oeuvre. What are the Templars up to?
If we hadn't spent the last year hobbled by your damn truce, we might know that.
He has a point, Honoré. The truce was with Grand Master de la Serre.
The man's been dead for 2 years. Whoever's in charge now, you can be certain they aren't sitting idle.
We might have learned more had we not allowed Sivert to escape.
Sivert was there?
I know your heart is set on keeping the peace, but bringing Monsieur de la Serre's killer to justice would count for something, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But do not confuse your personal vendetta with a sound strategy.
If he wants to kill Templars, let him kill Templars. I've done him all I can. Boys ready?
Very well. Assassin. I charge you to go to Notre-Dame de Paris, and to find there the Templar agent, Charles Gabriel Sivert. You will learn his secrets, and when you have done so, you will bring him peace, in accordance with our tenets.
Indeed. We will bring him peace. Rod, that's true. It's weighing up the potential for one person to keep killing even more against whether or not they deserve it, and then taking action if a possibility will continue to be present. Exactly. We will bring him peace in accordance with our tenets. Love that line. Yeah, the way he performs it as well is really well acted. But yeah, let's have a look around this headquarter. What the other assassins are doing here. Carla goes out of the focus whenever I try to target her. I think both Mirabeau and Bellic are in the wrong. Ironically, you appreciate Arno's stance more. The missions he chose to take and where he sets his focus is what you ended up believing to be the right actions. That's fair as well, I guess, Fewer. And yeah, I don't think that Mirabeau was... I mean, I can understand why he did the truce, because it's kind of like indicated at the start of the game that both he and Monsieur de la Serre thought about a truce because they thought they have to think bigger than just the Assassin-Templar conflict for once, because of what's on the line, right, with the revolution about to happen. And the political changes, you know, that permanently happened to not only France, but a lot of other countries in the process. Yeah. That's like the main reason for the truce, right? So I can accept Mirabeau, but ultimately a truce is not possible, I don't think, between the two organizations. It's just too opposing, I guess, by its nature. But yeah, Bellic also wasn't right in doing the actions that he did. He was right with some of his observations, but his conclusions were not the right ones either. So in that whole scenario, like, when you're about to accuse Bellic, then, you know, I definitely agree with Arno as well. However, I don't think that Arno does the right thing often, because, you know, sometimes he's a bit rash in his acting. For example, when he kills Lafreniere, right? He doesn't go to the assassins to tell them about his suspicions. He just goes there and kills them, even though Lafreniere was even opposed to the new Templar right. It even was the guy who warned Monsieur de la Serre with a letter that Arno didn't manage to deliver in time. That would have warned Monsieur de la Salle, that maybe have saved his life. So not only has Arno not delivered the letter, he also killed the one who wrote the letter to save his stepfather. So yeah, that's like one big fuck up, I think, by Arno. And there's like a few more situations where he's kind of like acting a bit too rash, I guess. But I think most of the time he's, or I guess all of the time he's acting in the right interest. And he isn't, like, contrary to popular belief or to what the assassins might even think of him, I don't think he's out for revenge. It's just that his motives get interpreted as that sometimes. But it's really just about redemption and trying to make good of what happened and to prevent further bad things happening, I guess. So he has definitely noble pursuits, I guess. Haven eventually have the goal to control the world, but his way was not being relied on the Templar artifacts, which makes him better than other Templars. His doom started the moment he didn't let the Templars after he discovered that they killed his father and sold his sister. The thought of enforcing order world fuels Templars' rageful cause for them humans are like sheeps. And the same reason they created and inspired Connor to be better and to win at all costs. Yeah, it's certainly interesting that Haven didn't leave the Templars after finding out that Edward got killed in a Templar conspiracy. And he got raised within that as well. But I think at that point he was too far in. You know, he did actually believe in the Templar cause, that's the thing. So yeah, that's why he didn't change his path anymore, I don't think. And Haverdick Mullen, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. If you think Arno deserves a sequel more than any other character in the entire series, you for one didn't appreciate him when you did your first playthrough in 2015. You think he's a lot wiser than a lot of people give him credit for. Yeah, I think it's really irritating when people say that Unity's story is like, you know, so bad when the gameplay is good in the city. I'm like, have we played the same game? I feel like often things are too subtle in Unity that people don't really seem to grasp them or understand them. For example, a lot of people find the ending anticlimactic because it doesn't feel like we gotten any piece of Eden or anything that kind of like, you know, rewarded us in the grand scheme of things. But people tend to forget, I think, with this game that the whole aim is to find the Sage and to ensure that Abstergo doesn't find him. So they don't get more ESO DNA, so they can't uncover and restore an entire precursor genome, which would allow them to travel back in time through the enemies to explore the ESO era, and then learn how they made the piece of Eden so they can create their own technology based on it. So the whole aim is actually, or the whole goal of Unity is actually quite big in the grand scheme of things. And the Sage ending up in the catacombs is like important because it means Abstergo doesn't find his DNA. But then people are like, yeah, what was Unity for? It was like a totally pointless story. And it's like, no. It's actually quite important. But, I mean, to be fair, Unity could make a better job of making the modern day more important. Or seem more important. You have to definitely read between the lines sometimes. But, yeah. The story definitely deserves more credit, I think. This X is, I think, actually... Oh, Arno. This X is actually from one of the DLC packs, I think. For the game. It's called the Executioner's Double-Bladed X. I even have 2 skill points. Let's see, do I want to get anything? Let's get the environmental blending. The ability to vanish by performing mundane activities such as sitting on a bench or leaning against a wall. Walking into a blending object to perform. You never saw it in your loadout. Yeah, it might be because you might not be owning the DLC that it's connected to. Because they're like separate packs that you have to get in the store. So that might be why it's happening.
Oh no, hello.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really felt the connection between or comparison between AC2 and Unity. I mean, yeah, you know, we have a guy with a ponytail who's living kind of like privileged life in a European city. And, you know, their father dies. But as a character, I think they're like completely different. I feel like it couldn't be more different overall. Like, for example, Arno is much more of a lone wolf, you know, whereas Ezio's kind of like totally like the guy of the people or something, you know. He has like his own gang, countless people he knows. Also, you know, we really are getting introduced with him having like an active family, and he still continues to have one. Whereas in this game, Arno's completely, I mean, Elise is the last kind of like remains of that, and she's his stepsister. So not really family, especially considering that they are more like lovers. But I don't know, I feel like they're completely different, like both the way they're written and what their motivations are as well. Often it gets said that Arno is like out of revenge the same way that Ezio is, but it's really not the case, I think. It really is a redemption story for me. And I mean, Arno even says it himself multiple times. That's his motivation. Yeah, good luck with finding that, Philip. I hope you get to see it. It's one of the quite early ones. I think level 2 or something. But you love the way the merchant says, Arno, hello. Because his tone sounds like he's said it before without any answer. Yeah, it definitely sounds quite funny, I have to say. I love when they say it during like cutscenes or something, when you walk past them. I feel like, you're well, citizen. Exact side-to-side comparison, Ezio meets Christina and Arno in Elise's party. I don't know, I feel like that's also... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's similar in the regard that, you know, they have like kind of a bit of rendezvous, I guess, but... I mean, lovers have rendezvous, I guess. So, I don't know. I feel like one should really look more on like the way they have been written, I guess, to see if they are, if Arno's supposed to be like a replication of Ezio. But you can see why some similarities between Arno and Ezio would make it seem like it's just copy-paste. But there's enough different about each character that makes them stand out from another. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's certainly like similarities with their circumstance, I think, is more what's happening. But yeah, I feel like they're totally different. Like, completely. Okay, now it's time to unlock the home base. Explore the Café Theatre. Arno has been given stewardship over Café Theatre, an old assassin intelligence gathering operation. Explore the building and learn what can be done to improve it.
Something I can help you with?
What is this place?
It connects to the sanctuary. Less flashy than the Sainte-Chapelle entrance, but we own the building. Used to be part of our intelligence network. But the place has fallen on hard times.
How can I help?
I'll keep an ear out for any opportunities that come up. You might also speak to the Intendant about renovating the building itself.
I'm not exactly flush with coin just now.
Any revenues the cafe generates are yours to do with as you see fit. The money is deposited in the chest in the study, and the more improvements you make...
The more revenue.
Quite. You might also find that expanding our reach into other districts will pay dividends.
Merci.
Very, very nice. Always thought when we have like home bases in AC games, you know, places we can invest into and build up and have like missions to start from as well. But Nathan Drake and Indiana Jones are both adventurers who get into dangerous situations with gunfights, brawls, etc. But they're not a complete copy of each other. Exactly. Yeah. They're like in, you know, similar circumstances and have a similar profession, I guess, but it doesn't make them, you know, a copy-paste or the same character, I don't think. Edward's assassin outfit. Oh yeah. Shuri just gave random man the whole business. It kinda makes it seem like that's the case, right? But yeah, apparently she's with the assassins. Or kind of like an associate of the assassins, so. But yeah, it's definitely funny. And yeah, we can basically start to renovate as well. The ground floor. Hire an architect to renovate the ground floor.
It seems that workmen renovating the main wing found a small room hidden behind the kitchen. Its contents may be of interest to you.
So yeah, let's have a look around this cafe here. There's quite a few things we can check out. You like that Valhalla returned to having a home base which they took away in Origins and Odyssey. The Café Theatre is easily top 3 home bases in the series. Yeah, I definitely love this feature whenever it's present in a game in AC. And I agree, like Valhalla was great with Ravensthorpe, you know. It's a great feature and I love the way what they've done with it. It felt the closest to the homestead, I think, from AC3. But that's true, and there's so many characters across all forms of media that have similar traits throughout our history of storytelling. Exactly, you know, you can't be 100% original either. And some people just have, you know, the same kind of like professions or aims or whatever. Not everybody is, you know, unique in everything they do. Yeah, for you it's 4 for Homestead, 3 Syndicates Train, 2 Café Theatre, and 1 Monteregioni. Interesting. So for me, I think my favorite home base system might be the Homestead actually. Because I love how the Homestead is like interconnected with both story, like main stories, side stories, the economy, trading, crafting. Like everything is kind of like tied to the Homestead. So I kind of love how intertwined it is, I guess. And second, might be Ravensthorpe, to be honest. Because in a similar way, it seems like really a place you fully build up and really like change completely. I I mean, I love Monteriggioni, obviously, but in comparison to other games, I guess there's much less to do and invest into. But, I mean, you have to give credit to Monteriggioni for the fact that they originated the idea in the AC series. And that's why it also would get a very high place for me, you know, kind of like considering when it came out and, I mean, how that influenced other AC games, right? Like AC2 as a whole, I think deserves so much credit for that. Because all the other AC games really built up on a lot of what it established. But you like it can get to the point of absurdity, only judging things on their similarities, not take into consideration the things that help make them different. Yeah, would definitely be more helpful, I think, to focus on things that are different. And yeah, focus on those. It's like I just come from a store, they closed early today, got some chicken wings, ice cream and energy drink. Just essential stuff. I mean, that sounds delicious, dude. I love me some chicken wings. With barbecue sauce. What kind of ice cream did you get? What ice cream do you like?
Impressive, no?
What is it?
An heirloom of the Brotherhood. That armor was worn by Thomas de Corniel.
I have no earthly idea who that is.
He led the raid that captured Jacques de Molay, broke the Templars' power in Europe for over a century. It used to be that an assassin who did a great service for the Brotherhood and for France would be given his armor in thanks. The seal that opens the vault was lost 200 years ago. It hasn't been opened since.
I can see why calling a locksmith was out of the question. Tell me about this seal.
It consisted of 3 rings, one for each of the 3 doors, but the seal was broken before it was lost. The fragments are no doubt scattered around Paris, with only the vaguest clues as to their whereabouts.
And if someone were to find all of them, would you say that he had done a great service for the Brotherhood in France?
I suppose I would at that.
Oh yeah. Chocolate, caramel and vanilla flavor. That sounds damn delicious, dude. I love a combination of flavors. Usually I'm more of like a fruit ice cream fan. But you know, like chocolate and vanilla and caramel together is just insanely good. But they were all of them to see for another ring was made. Exactly. Thomas de Carnillon. Born in 1276 in the Republic of Metz, Thomas de Carnillon was a wealthy banker and economic rival of the Knights Templar. He contributed a sizable force, probably of Flemish mercenaries, to Philip IV's arrest and imprisonment of the Templars on October 30th, 1307. With his chief rival out of the way, Thomas and his capo of supporters, including such luminaries as Dante Alighieri, Marco Polo, and Domenico Auditore, spread their influence across Europe, toppling monarchs and bishops alike as they saw fit. He died of an illness in Venice sometime around the spring of 1323. Man, this is like still my most requested setting for AC. The time of Thomas de Carnillon, the ending of the Templars temporarily, with Marco Polo, Dante, and of course Ezio's great-great-grandfather, Domenico Auditore. He's the same guy who actually built Monteriggioni. Like the villa in Monteriggioni. And the sanctuary and all that. He also scattered the codex across Italy as well. Saga, do you only like fruit flavored from the ice salon? That's top quality. Yeah, dude. Me too. Like strawberry or something? Hell yeah. Does the cutscene with Kima happen if he already kicked you out of the Brotherhood? That would actually be interesting to know. I mean, I guess so, right? Like, if you don't trigger it earlier than that. I reckon just waiting until you go there. But you can't wait to play that Gollum game coming out soon. Even if it turns out bad, you just want to sneak around as Gollum. I can imagine, dude. And you can also do your Gollum impression whenever, you know, you have to read something or something. Like if Gollum would be reading anything. If you find like random letters in the open world or something. But yeah, when is the game actually supposed to launch? Because I didn't really follow up on that. Would have been cool to see yet more potential storylines for games that have been missed out on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, would have been a great connection also between AC1 and 2, like even further. Oh dear, real history time. Thomas de Cagnon was mentor for French Brotherhood in the late 30th through early 40th centuries. He was one of the key participants in the downfall of the original Templar Order, back when they conveniently wore enormous red targets on their chests. Those Flemish mercenaries were us, by the way, but I'm guessing you already saw that when you experienced Helix or whatever focus group tested audience approved marketing speak they're using these days. After Jacques de Molay and his cronies were rounded up, Thomas and his assassin brothers and sisters spent a decade crisscrossing Europe. On a side note, I spent a month crisscrossing Europe after university, and I tell you what, it bloody felt like a decade. At least those guys spent their time rooting out Templar influence wherever they found it. I spent mine chasing a Spanish girl called Catalina, who I thought had stolen my heart, but in fact had stolen my wallet. Anyway, did you enjoy the Renaissance? You can thank Thomas de Cagnon and his associates for paving the way for it. Press F for Sean. Going after that girl Catalina. No release date, unfortunately. On Steam, the release date is listed as lurking until the time is right. Ah, okay. It's kinda funny. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that turns out. It's gonna be cool to see you play that and give it a try. But yeah, in order to get his outfit, we have to do all of these Nostradamus Enigmas, which we're gonna be doing. And I'm gonna do my best to not use any guides as well. So if I can, I will do every one of them by memory or by, I guess, investigating the database and stuff. Mercurius. It's Circo Problemata. Anno 1561. I've been increasingly subject to visions composed of obscure sentences and strange characters, which carry meanings beyond my understanding. The visions were of such force that, overcome, I passed into a trance, wherein I saw a weighty disc burst into many fragments, which themselves were dispersed across a Paris I could scarcely recognize. Such were the changes. Each fragment of it is accompanied by quatrains of unknown meaning, and to each of those a symbol assigned. Upon awakening, I've written here the words and the symbols to each associated. It is for someone who more learned than I to solve their meanings, and recover whatever value they protect. Nostradamus. Exactly right. You think you met that Catalina too, Sean? Yeah. Need a big brain for that outfit. Might explain why you never got it. Yeah, it's quite difficult to say the least. If I hadn't had done all of these before already, then I probably would also have to look it up or something. Because yeah, it's I still remember the first time I tried doing it without a guide, which I succeeded in eventually, but it took me a long time, dude. And also whenever I saw a symbol in the open world, I made like a note of it and noted the location towards it, which also helped like find more of them. But yeah, it's quite tricky for sure. Okay, so that's the first riddle here. As soon as I can access it. Ah, Jesus Christ, whoever thought to put the updates there, you know, needs to be fired. The Lady of a Domicile judges comings and goings from a couch-like throne at the top of a stair. So Lady of a Domicile, so inside this building. Judges comings and goings, so probably where people go, not where they stay, so not inside the room, but inside the floor. From a couch-like throne, so right next to a couch, at the top of a stair, so on the first level of the building. Yeah, definitely doesn't help Ambassador. Sometimes there's definitely some UI issues with this game. Lowly sinners as each we are, aspire to the domed heavens. Thicker fate points beyond, where supine city beckons. So a giveaway here is the domed heavens, because you're looking for the rooftops where we have kind of like a dome, kind of like shaped type of roof, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna check that out. That is. That's the first Enigma done. But yeah, also by far the easiest. All of the others are much more difficult. Good thing nobody moved that painting over the last 200 years. Indeed. But I guess that's why they are prophecies, right? Because Nostradamus, at this point where he wrote them, didn't know about, like, these places didn't exist the way they did during Nostradamus' time. He just wrote off his visions of the future, I guess. But yeah, it's still kind of funny that, you know, he was so precise with his prophecies. With some high precision. Okay, we got one letter from Alicia.
Paris, September 23rd, 1788.
Right
Dear
decision,
Arno,
Gerrit.
I never thought I could be so bored in Paris. Can you imagine it? The greatest city in the world, and here I am, stuck in endless lectures from dawn to dusk. It's worse than that winter we spent in Strasbourg. Do you remember? When it snowed for a week straight, and we couldn't leave the house, and all the books in the library were in German. We convinced that cook the house was haunted by some young Frankish prince, and the poor man refused to leave his kitchen without a rosary in one hand and a Bible in the other. I miss those days. The things I'm learning from Father's friends are... well, I wish I could tell you about them. Someday, perhaps. But not now. And not like this. But still, I find myself missing those days. Missing home. Missing you. Next time Father comes to Paris, you must persuade him to bring you along. I remain always your Elise.
How can you be bored in Paris? There's booze everywhere and people fighting. Yeah, I guess it was 1 year before the actual revolution started, so it wasn't quite exciting during that time yet. But I mean, boost was already there, I guess, so that's an argument. Clearly, she hadn't yet met Donatien Alphonse Francois Marquis de Sade. Right, wouldn't have been as boring in that case.
I hope I know what I'm doing.
But yeah, this is our room here. Interesting. Dude, that actually just scared me when it first started playing. But Catherine Baru plays Elise. Here's what she looks like. Also has red hair. Indeed, dude. Yeah, I'm actually also gonna be watching a behind the scenes video on the voice actors. We could even watch it today, actually, before we finish off the stream. It was like a bit of a behind the scenes stuff I still wanted to watch. And it's also including a video about the voice actors, talking a little bit about their roles as well. So I would love to showcase that as well.
Here for a fight, monsieur?
Come again.
A training match, that is. An assassin can never be too well prepared.
Isn't our mandate to work in the shadows? Stay undetected and all that?
Call this the fallback option. Better to practice here in safety than pick a fight with ruffians in the streets. No?
Touché.
At your service, monsieur.
Training room discovered. You can practice assassin skills. You can also access the training room through the tutorial menu. Very nice indeed. I love how many like nook and crannies the Café Theatre has. That's really cool about it, you know, like the different layers to it. Let's go over to this side. This is the Memento Gallery. Currently we have two mementos, the Blacksmith Hammers and the Initiation Chalice. The chalice used by the Assassin Council for Arno's rite of passage. I love that music here. You can also go upstairs here. And this is really nicely designed. Imagine this being your home. Quite extensive, actually. Then we have a legacy room. This is where we can see all the outfits. The atelier outfit. You have to find artifacts within the Helix Rift missions. You get this one. Won by Atelier Ibn Lahat, Master Assassin and hero to the Assassin's Order. This outfit was won by the famous Renaissance assassin Ezio Auditore da Firenze. Bene. I sit a nook there to read a book, very cozy. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, you know, like up there. Probably a good place to kind of like, you know, not be interrupted either. And yeah, Rod, me too, like I love seeing, you know, the behind the scenes writing process and also how they came up with certain gameplay things and stuff. This outfit of a Master Assassin, Connor Kenway. This outfit was worn by the infamous pirate Edward Kenway. And yeah, all of these are not unlocked.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yet.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Okay. There's some more things here. For example, we can pick up some money from a chest. Then we have the kitchen. This is where we did the renovation as well, so there should be some documents to find here. Journal of Tomás de Carnion, October 12, 1307. So that's one day before the attack at the start of Unity. The music in the armor room is so lovely and sad. Yeah, it's really well done. I love it. It is done. All is in readiness. There is naught left to do but wait for the coming of the dawn. Mentor Guillaume de Nogaret has bent the king's will to ours, and with Benedict dead at Perugia, Rome is with us as well. And yet I find my heart gripped with sudden misgivings. Dante Domenico assure me that this is a great victory, that we will annihilate them the root and branch. But I wonder, in breaking the Templars' public facade, are we merely driving them into the shadows? 50 years ago, the Templars fought us destroyed after all. Vanishing from a public eye has proven our greatest strength in this interminable war. Are we now granting the same boon to our enemies? Plot twist, they did. You just become another armor set in the end. Yeah, the destiny of the assassins. Becoming legacy outfits. Ah, cheers for sharing, Rod. Yeah, that's Elise mod is so funny, especially during cutscenes. Actually crazy how many ways in and out there are. The cafe. What happens when Elise meets Elise? Oh. I guess you have to watch a video to find that out, Charminger. But yeah, it's basically completely replacing all the animations that Arno would do. At some point we can even get a cafe here, or an espresso, I guess, or something like that. Okay, I missed one thing though. There's like still an underground entrance leading us to the club cutscene. Let's have a look if it's over here somewhere. So this is closed off. Okay, it's not here. I know. It's being weird again. Ah, there it is. Clapper. Should trigger another cutscene, I think. I thought at least. Oh. Usually this triggers a cutscene. I don't know why it doesn't for some reason. Ah, right, so that's how we get to the club. There's like this small room or pathway to the left of the stage here. Fair enough. Let's try again, but I don't think the cutscene triggers right now. Yeah, it doesn't. That's weird. Maybe at a later point. Maybe to finish a certain sequence or have to have your cafe built out to a certain point before it triggers. Or maybe it just bugged, I don't know. It would especially be funny when Steed says to Edward about being twin devils. That'd be really funny indeed, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Gotta have good old Yu-Gi-Oh! How do people get on the stage? Where's the door? Yeah, that's a question as well. Maybe gotta renovate further. Or do more Cafe Theatre missions. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna exit the game and maybe have a look a bit at the behind the scenes. Because I still want to have a look at that and showcase some of it before we call for today. So yeah, I think I will do that now. And then yeah, showcase some of it behind the scenes. Also the voice actor video. Showcasing you know, some of the voices behind the characters in this game. Thanks, Sean. Indeed, mission passed. But yeah, we did some solid progress today. We're currently to 11% total sync. But yeah, next time we're gonna do even more. Also got quite a few viewpoints already. Like all of ones in these areas here. Also down there. Yep. But yeah, for now I'm gonna go and exit here. And then I'm gonna search for that playlist that I created with all of the behind the scenes stuff for Unity. Let's have a look. Okay, so we watched all of the trailers. Okay, so we have this IGN series, which is actually a bit longer. We could maybe watch 2 parts of that, and then the other 2 parts next time or something. But yeah, let's have a look. Okay, so this is the AC Unity cast of characters trailer by Ubisoft themselves. And yeah, I believe in this video some of the voice actors are getting interviewed on their characters and who they portray. And yeah, that's it basically. Pretty short one, but a good one.
Peggy 18.
My name is Dan Janot, and I play Arno Dorian in Assassin's Creed Unity. Arno Victor Dorian. At the beginning of the game, he's just this kind of young punk. To your health, gentlemen.
You, boy, stop!
But then, through his association with the Brotherhood, he becomes part of a much larger fight, the French Revolution, the fight for the people to overthrow their oppressive government. And then he slowly starts to realize that there's much more at stake than his own personal goals. The only person that he really has a relationship with is Elise. Arno and Elise grow up together, and they're always quite close. They're sort of young troublemakers together.
What should we do now? Shh. Listen. Don't worry, they'll never think to look for us in here.
My name is Catherine Bérubé, and I play Elise de la Serre. At the beginning of the game, you see her very light, very playful, a little reckless, adventurous, running around.
And then as that gets older, their relationship, their intimacy develops into something much deeper, into something romantic.
You seem to have caused quite a commotion.
Well, what can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Oh, she's willing to do pretty much anything to avenge her father's death. She's got a quest in mind, and she's not willing to diverge from it at any cost.
My name is Alex Ivanovich, and I play Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade. He's a libertine, eh? He's a champion for freedom and not being hindered by morality.
I think Arno thinks of the Marquis as a kind of unpredictable ally, but he quickly realizes that the Marquis, although he seems a bit mad on the outside, is actually quite savvy. He knows what's going on.
Let's go. My name is Brent Skagford, and I play a lesser-known historical figure of the time, a dude named Napoleon Bonaparte. I love the way that the writers of ACU have created the character through the dialogue. He's very intelligent, and he uses that command of the language to influence people and to get what he wants, and that was a lot of fun for me to play as an actor.
Napoleon's probably one of the few people that Arno feels, this guy knows what's going on. He's clearly a smart guy, a strong leader, a great tactician.
My name is Bruce Dinsmore, and I play Maximilien Robespierre. He's a bit of a pedant, he's a bit of a show-off, a bit pretentious.
Arno is aware of what Robespierre is capable of. And he's a madman, as far as Arno can tell. This guy is nuts, and he's leading France into ruin.
I don't think he was drunk on power, but he was drunk on something.
Thank God you made it, sir. The Commune stands with you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your loyalty does you credit.
I've brought my own thing to the table, and hopefully I haven't disappointed the fans, because if I have, they're going to kill me.
I like when Dan said that fans are gonna kill him if they don't like his voice acting. It's like assassino. But yeah, that's the cast, at least behind the main characters, yeah? Really cool to see them in person again and, you know, talk about their roles as well. Looks like they filmed the interview at the Café Theatre. Right. It didn't disappoint the fans, but the frame rate did. Yeah, they're gonna kill you regardless, I guess. Even if the voice acting is good. Right. And yeah, then I guess you can also make a start on the behind the scenes here from the IGN series. However, because of time reason, I'm only gonna show the first two parts, and then I think we're gonna start next stream with the rest of the behind the scenes stuff for this game. But yeah, the first part is called A New Beginning, and then the second part is the next generation technology. I'm gonna mute myself while we watch this, but I'm gonna be in chat. But yeah, just so don't interrupt anything. Let's listen to what the developers have to say about ACU.
We had really, I think, shook the foundations of the industry with AC1 when we introduced, gorgeous looking game with these open world cities, seamless, no loading, and we've done pretty much what we can do with the last generation. Right, we've taken both consoles to pretty much their breaking limit.
So the initial project goal for ACU, and the name spoils it a little bit, it was to create the first fully and next-gen Assassin's Creed by blurring the lines between like single-player, multiplayer, co-op, and the purely online element of more social games.
So narrative works when you're motivating the player on a very linear story, but when you create a rich open world with all these different activities, it needs to be more. We wanted to create a city that not only is super detailed, large, beautiful, but we wanted to have depth to that city. We wanted it to be full of characters, full of NPCs, full of activities, and full of rewards. And we wanted to let the player loose in that universe and really let them explore and find that stuff on their own.
I love being able to create brand new experiences that leverage the new hardware, and so doing that on Assassin's Creed 1 was really exciting because we didn't even have dev kits really, and we not only were creating a new IP for this new hardware that we didn't really know or understand yet, we were also building a brand new engine, which ended up being an engine that's used throughout Ubisoft on a bunch of games. And our focus was really, what can we do on this hardware to change the gameplay experience for players? What can we do that's never been done before?
AC was built as a single-player experience, most and foremost. So what we had to do is to make sure that, because we're building a sandbox and an open-world game, we needed to make sure to onlineize all of our different features, and we have hundreds of them.
When you're on a mission, we tend to control a lot. This is the opposite philosophy of what we did with Unity. The idea was to create a large, living, breathing, systemic city, let you manipulate that city, and then embrace that sandbox nature, even in missions.
We've reimagined all three main pillars. First one being navigation. So parkour will give the players more abilities than before. Control over going up or going down, and precisely selecting where players want to go. We've reimagined the combat pillar altogether as well. I guess the fight system is a little bit harder than before, and that's also done on purpose to support the third pillar, which is stealth. So altogether, these three pillars, they come together and they form the core gameplay loop of our game.
It was the great time to do the same types of bets that we did on AC1 for a new generation change. So we looked at all of our workflow and made sure that we could iterate as fast as possible. So we were able to focus on multiplayer afterwards, and on top of that, obviously, we were able to do a big push on graphics to get a totally new experience.
But we really wanted to focus on something that would take us back to the core of Assassin's Creed, so going back to a large, sprawling urban center. So we asked ourselves, if we were to go back to that route, what would be the perfect setting to showcase next-generation hardware? Well, Paris is the most visited city in the world. It's literally, teeming with monuments. You can't turn a street corner without running into some sort of landmark. And then the period of French Revolution was a period of really of upheaval with hundreds of thousands of people taking the streets. So we're like, well, the crowd, social stealth, is one of the core pillars of the brand. The large sprawling urban areas is another core pillar of the brand. So why not bring that all together and create a game set in that unique setting? So this is sort of how it converged.
So you've got all the landmarks in, and these landmarks are incredibly huge. They're close to one-to-one scale. So it really feels like you're in Paris.
If the city has literally tens of thousands of buildings, and if you can go into one in every 4 buildings, every building is a potential story. Every building is a potential reward. and you really start getting a sense that the world is no longer a movie set. It feels like an actual world. The other thing we did is when you say French Revolution, well, there's the word revolution, that's more than a dozen people screaming, right? So you need to have large crowds. So we're up to about, I think, 5,000 NPCs on screen right now. And those NPCs, I'm not talking about like just people, like random animations. These are interactive. So if you, for example, you do something that will startle them, like shoot a gun in the air and they're right next to you, they will bail, they will run away. So having 5,000 characters on screen just running away is a feat unto itself, but it's something that we've been working on for a very long time.
So suddenly we're in a big open world and a huge city. So the idea is to create opportunities for people to come together and have fun things to do in co-op. We're supporting 4-player co-op, and we have tons of content. There's single-player content, there's co-op content, and also players can just explore the city together and experience Paris together, which is really exciting.
Our goal was to unify what we were doing separately, which was multiplayer and our strong single-player experience into one single game. That's why we needed to build the right team and then really take our time to do that. We had a studio in Annecy, we had a studio in Singapore, a studio in Quebec City as well. This year around, we're still working with these major studios. We've added Toronto to our list of partners this year.
So we knew that Assassin's Creed Unity was looking for partners. They were in pre-production at the time, and basically Vince came over with a couple of other people and said, hey, this is where we think you guys can help us.
Our role on AC Unity was bringing that knowledge of creating good co-op maps and co-op gameplay and applying that to the Assassin's Creed universe.
In the past, we worked on co-op, but it was within a much smaller scope in terms of the size of the world, something that we call like broad linear level design, where you do have opportunities to branch off and do different things, but within a very confined space.
We really wanted to steer away from that. So what we think is, if you make the world challenging enough, if you make the opportunities be easier or more logical to perform by multiple players, if you then give those players complementary skills, people will naturally play co-op.
So you have to really keep that in mind and make sure that you design for every possible approach and for every possible play style. Some players might be more action-oriented. You need to make sure that the fights on the ground are good and that the difficulty is balanced appropriately to encourage co-op.
Back in, I think around October, I started talking to Vince about how, Toronto, since we're working on co-op and we know that they would probably need a co-op demo for E3, I said, hey, Toronto wants to get involved.
Doing demos is always taxing, but as I said, it's part of the process. We have to do it. We want to do it.
The way game development is done on this project is Montreal's in charge of all of the technology, all of the tools, all of the features, or most of the features. And specifically for the demo, we're kind of building the top parts of the layers of the content. So we're building, the city, the levels, the mission, everything that kind of sits on top of the foundation of the technology and the features. So we have to work together.
Ultimately, it's a good win for the team, and once we have it, we have a cool benchmark. And then we can say, remember the E3 demo or the other demo? Well, that's the kind of quality we need to hit for the rest of the game.
What we talked about with the team was E3 is going to be a great opportunity for us to take something to final, take something to polish, and be able to know what that process is and understand how to work together and get there.
For our E3 demo, we wanted something that would be very impactful in a short period of time. We're going to be up there on stage for 5 minutes, and we want people to understand the conflict, to feel the energy, and to understand the gameplay progression as well.
So Alex challenged us, to tell the story of the French Revolution, the macro story of the peasant and the noble battle, framed up within this mission. We were going to set up the conflict between the classes, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of who is right, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble, thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants. We're going to have to do that first person. And, AC is not a first-person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the map, the mission, around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside, and all of a sudden, visually, everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal to say, okay, we've cleared our schedules, why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And, we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For AC, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at...
Okay, so that's already the next episode here is kind of like a preview. I'm just gonna skip that instead. But yeah, that was the first episode here, the new beginning. But I could definitely tell by the end of the video, that as you say, Ambassador wasn't finished, and they definitely knew that the demo was still based on, the basic things they created at times. So yeah, you could really tell that, there's still like much to do, and obviously not enough time to finish everything before the game had to launch. Yeah, exactly, Ambassador, they still had to support the game for quite a while after the launch. You've been playing Horizon Forbidden West. Oh, very nice. How are you liking that game? I heard good things about it. But there are many unknowns on the horizon. Indeed. Especially for the Unity team, they didn't expect, I think, that kind of like review for the game. Or maybe they did, I don't know. But yeah, let's have a look at this second part. The next generation technology.
To do something really next gen because we knew we had a couple of years ahead of us, so we tackled the technology to begin with.
So we looked at all kinds of ways to make sure that we could deliver that massive amount of detail and to get a really rich experience. So we looked at how we build the cities, we looked at how we animate our characters, how the programmers deal with a huge code base. And we made major improvements in all of those areas.
The fun part is using the power in the right way and trying to not only increase the numbers, but how much you can overhaul the experience, how much you can refresh it. How can we take the core values of Assassin's Creed, now that we have all this power, what can we improve beyond just adding more of everything?
So obviously next gen, I mean, you have the chance to really do a totally new pass at graphic and have that wow moment. And I really think that we're at that point with AC Unity.
The look of Assassin's Creed is about something that we want to make it look real and believable, and at the same time bring some personality to it. So we don't want to do something that's as real as a touristic photo, but more something close to a movie where it has this very believable and realistic signature, but at the same time has some persona, some style, some uniqueness to it.
Like for the environment, we had amazing open world. It looked really great in the sunshine, but in the shadow it was kind of flat, it lacked contrast. And we looked at physically based rendering that tries to mimic our environment and how light really works in the world. And we brought that, and we have enough power now to bring that to the consoles.
So for ACU, we decided to invest a lot in lighting. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. GI is basically light bouncing all over the place, mostly from the directional light, which is the sun, but also from local lights. So if I bring up the cloud, this is all, well, I'm showing you as a step-by-step process, but it's fully dynamic in game. It adapts and it works with rain. It will bring weather dynamically, and it will also affect the ground level. So the more sky coverage I get, the more shadowing I get from the sky, but less lighting bounce also, less sun bounce. So it affects the GI, it affects everything. Everything is related. It's unified.
In terms of the atmosphere, it's reflected through a very moody and atmospheric ambience. So you see smoke, you see dust, you see fog, mist. So this helps to fit with the context of the French Revolution, the urban context, but also helps to give it some very unique look.
On the weather side, we basically took everything that was done on previous ACs, which were quite amazing, and we pushed it up a notch. Like you have now materials that become wetter and you see puddles forming. It's really amazing visuals there.
We feel that we're finally closing in the gap on the movie industry, the cinema look and feel. We have these controls for the lenses, for the depth of field, for the different like I said, lighting, VFX.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime, right? So that was the first breakthrough.
Not only are we just once again building an entire setting from the ground up, but now we're going back to the urban settings. As Paris during the 18th century, Paris was already a big place. It's the largest city we've ever recreated.
Just to give you a sense of scale, Paris is about the size of the entire frontier in AC3, but it's highly densely populated urban area.
Traditionally, level designers actually place each house by hand, one after the other. And I mean, to do this on the scale, on a semi-real scale of Paris is just insane. It wouldn't scale at all.
So we built a tool called Paris Pâté to procedurally generate the streets of Paris and all the different districts.
The house block generator permits the city designers to do quicker layouts than previously. Before, it was something that was very tedious and hard to change. And now the tool permits more flexibility. So we have a tool, and we can draw a sort of street shape. And on this shape, we can assign a theme. And within this theme, you'll have all the houses contained for a specific district. So the houses are cyclable, the roofs are cyclable. So you can see that with Paris Pâté or the house block generator, you can see that it's easy for the city designer to say, okay, I'm having trouble running along this roof, so I can lower the roof to make the parkour easier.
So we created Lego blocks for the different type of neighborhoods that we have, a more rich, a more cultural, poor neighborhood. And this tool populates the streets with all of these Lego blocks to create a unique Paris that we'll be able to navigate and go through as Arnaud in the main story.
And this basically allowed the level designers to get the city up and running really quickly at a really high quality level that we only usually get at the end of the project. So we were able to get a sense of the city really quickly. But we didn't stop at the environments. I mean, we looked at the characters. We looked at everything from hair, cloth, eyes, skin, character performance. And we did a lot of work on scanning actors and getting a lot of detail, getting emotions, and getting interesting animation rigs from actors. Because, I mean, just having the world being photorealistic is nice, but we have to populate it, and that's where it really comes alive.
We made a couple of improvements on character rendering, the quality, making sure that it looks more realistic and believable. So the skin, the eyes, the hair, and as well as to make sure that everything is still easy to create and is flexible. So if you look at this guy here, without skin shader, you'll notice that he looks a lot like a rock. You can see that it's very grayish, doesn't look alive. But with skin shader, you see that there's blood running through. You can also sense the detail in the pores. So that's one of the things that we did to make sure that the characters look more alive and believable. The other thing we made sure that would look realistic and believable is the cloth itself. And so every artist are basically fashion designers. They create the pattern that you see here, and then a physics simulation is applied. So you can really sense the weight of every fold, and once it's integrated into engine, it looks like this.
The more realistic we make characters, the more pressure it puts on animation, because a realistic character that moves in a optimized animation type of way looks like a zombie.
This is just a preview of what we do with our rigs.
Precision, get it.
What we get for facial animation for cinematics. This is our engine right here, and this is Motion Builder. which is where we tweak all facial animation curves. And all this is actually real time. So at any frame, you could see that we could actually change the mouth corners, actual little things if we want on the face. You see that we do have a lot of control over every part of the face, just to make sure we get all the expressions that we need.
So the quality of the character, the main character, especially in AC, is driven by programmers traditionally and animators that work together. But they work really in separate worlds. The animators, like, they basically work the animation and stuff, but they were very dependent on the programmers to integrate the animations. Basically, you had a programmer that had to enter a line of code before the animator could see what he was doing.
Kino is a node-based behavior tool that was developed for Assassin's Creed Unity to help us with rapid prototyping animations. It allows animators to not only build animations, but to also implement them and integrate them into the game themselves. Our animators are able to both develop the animation, and because they are able to put them into the game themselves, they know how the behaviors and the flow work in the game, and they're much more efficient because of it.
So we put a lot of effort into not only into animation variety, so the actual quality, but then the variety of animation, and then the AI. It puts a lot of pressure on AI. What are these people doing?
So what we're trying to do with the crowds this time on Assassin's Creed Unity is, one, we want to have a lot more crowds than we've ever had on any of our previous games. So right now, for example, in our Paris map, we have over 30,000 crowd characters that are loaded just in that one map.
We need to have enough people with believable animations, believable life. They have to have a meaning in the city. They just can't be bystanders anymore.
So we really want all of our crowds to be aware of their surroundings, about what the player just did, about what the other NPCs are doing in the game. So really a big focus on interaction. So you'll see characters that see each other in the street, they wave to each other, they'll stop. There's 20 to 30 different variations of these. Sometimes it's women stopping other women, gossiping in the street. Sometimes it's couples that see each other. Like over here, you see a romantic interaction that's going on. Here, if I take this guy also as an example, we have our new mood system. So here you'll see he's in a neutral mood pose, but change his mood at any point. Here he's confused, curious. What this means is not only just for our static crowds, but for our moving crowds as well. We could set a certain percentage of people based off of the mission, of how many people are happy, how many people are stressed, how many people are angry.
So by having this possibility for the crowd, having so many people, we're able to have these conflicts within the streets, to have massive amount of people fill up these key places like in front of Notre Dame and addressing the situation and being able to revolt. And it's the first time that we'll have the assassin walk through this.
So now you have lots of NPCs, but you can actually go within those crowds and interact. It changes the experience, and I think when you put all of those pieces together, it's going to really just be amazing. So we get about 10 times more animation, 10 times more polygons, 10 times the size of the number of pixels in our textures. So we had to think about how we deal with that amount of data without basically having our own engine, the whole engine crumble.
What's really hard is that we're working on a 24-hour cycle. There's always someone programming something or checking stuff, so making sure that it's hard to make sure that we're not breaking the other people's work because we've checked in something at 4 in the morning.
We've worked really, really hard to make sure that the flow from getting your data okay in the editor to the console and to even our partners in Bucharest, for example, in the studios all over the world is really, really short. So now cooking the data is much, much shorter. We're within 5 minutes of generating the full city with 10 times more data that we had for next gen.
What I want to succeed at with ACU is making sure that not only we have the best graphics, but that we have a systemic game and that we have an AC that really feels, looks and feels like a refreshed experience. I want people to go crazy all over again with being an assassin and playing that fantasy. and hopefully with friends. And that's the big takeaways that I want people to have from ACU.
Oh yeah. And yeah, that is the second part of this IGN series, but also everything we're gonna be watching behind the scenes stuff for today. But that was really cool, like rewatching that and you know, seeing the process behind also like all the technological feats they put into the game, right? Like from the lighting to like you know, also like the co-op and the parkour and how they made everything work together. It's just really, really nice. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this behind the scenes videos as well. We're gonna keep on watching them for the next stream. I'm probably gonna start the next Unity stream with the rest of this behind the scenes, the rest of the behind the scenes part of IGN and whatever's left as well. And yeah, we're gonna probably dive more into, let's see, the Assassin Fantasy in Paris, and then also gameplay evolution being the last part. And Tor, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. Thank you, I appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed it as well. First time you've seen them, good stuff. Yeah, they're really great. If you want, I can also put them in Discord for next time. If you should miss it on stream or something. But yeah, guys, this is also where we're gonna call it for today, though, for our Unity session. I'm gonna go and organize some dinner. But yeah, I wanna thank you also so much for coming by and for joining today's stream. Really was lots of fun to really start in the proper order of historical events. Tomorrow we're not gonna be playing Unity, but a new game. I'm gonna keep that a secret for now, but yeah, tomorrow we're gonna play something that I haven't either played before or I haven't played in a while on this channel. So yeah, I will keep you guys updated tomorrow. Toy got some bit yesterday, only giving them to your favorite streamers. Cheers, dude. I appreciate it very much. If that's a very short, thank you for being here, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you also for the raid earlier. Here's another shout out as well for anybody that might have missed it earlier to Rod. Also a huge fan of Assassin's Creed. Plays them on a regular basis. Every weekend you can catch him play all of the AC games really. Currently he's working on AC1 with a no HUD challenge, so playing without any minimap and all of that. And yeah, he's gonna do like individual challenges per game within the series as well. Okay, there we go. The first one didn't work there. Cheers, Anna Bassett. Definitely gonna be having a nice dinner. Haven't decided what we're gonna be having, but I'm sure it's gonna be something delicious. Indeed, secret games. Surprise of a spice streaming. Yeah, definitely good to, you know, keep some things a surprise. Enhances the excitement as well. Cheers, Sekat. Thank you also for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you don't get too disrupted today with all of you celebrating in the streets. If that's a very short, more than happy to give you a shout out, dude. Catch you next time, Tor. So yeah, we're gonna of course raid out here. And gonna say hi to Lucinda. She's playing Weird West with her first playthrough of a game ever. And I think it might even be her first stream as well, so let's have a look how she's enjoying the game. You will live. Well, that's good, Sagat. But yeah, if you guys want to join with a raid to Lucinda, feel free to also use these raid emotes here to put into the chat. And yeah, I will catch you tomorrow for the surprise game. Until then, have a good rest of your day, everybody, and I will catch you all in the next one.